All right, ladies and
those mental health issues are in.
I want to
trainings, it can be technology, it can be, now we have a lot of applications, software applications on our phone, incident reporting, real-time notifications. You see something, you say something, take your photos, it quickly goes into a system. The safety manager gets an alert, there's an incident here. All these safety initiatives are put in place. Once you do that, you are preventing 500,000 Ghana cedis in losses from injuries and out and downtime if an incident occurs. Now, what's our return on investment on our safety program that we have put in place? So if you do the calculations, we are making a 400% return on our investment, telling us that it's good we have put in that investment and then getting the rewards, eventually. So that's on our return on investment. So expected outcomes. We have looked at the cost of incidents, we looked at return on investment, we've looked at some cases, real life cases. Why should we prioritize safety? This is for the safety team or the safety leaders to go back to the leaders and tell them why we should prioritize safety. Because it reduces workplace accidents, it improves compliance, employees are engaged, and there's improved morale. There's a positive impact on the organization if you put in place safety measures. Increased operational efficiency. You also have a reduced workers' compensation claims, lower insurance premiums, and then also you have a decreased financial loss due to downtime, etc. Now, I'm going to show you some strategies to get your leaders to prioritize safety. Why do we need the leaders? They are the main people who influence the organization. So if you have a leader or an MD, a CEO who doesn't understand safety, you struggle a lot, right? You struggle a lot. So how should you go about it? Provide them with training. Let them understand the importance of safety. Let them understand that it's a return on investment if I put in place these safety measures, right? It can be technology, it can be training, it can be management systems. These are let them understand why. Don't just tell them what, let them understand why, and that is through trainings. Also, we need to empower them to be accountable for the safety performance of their work area, and then let them lead by example. Also, psychological safety has come up a lot in times past, helping the team members to understand the concerns and the issues related to their work, and then also provide avenues for open communication. So how should we go about getting the leaders to prioritize the safety? What should you do? It's about communicating strategy to them. How do you align the safety objectives to business? So when you're speaking to the leaders, talk about how putting in place safety investment can improve on business performance. It is not just about, we're talking about safety, and being emotional about it. A lot of the safety leaders become emotional about it, and like the leaders are not doing anything. Let the data speak, right? Justify it with data. Also, there should be clarity, speak with confidence, active listening, and then persuasion. Persuasion is a skill that we have to learn as safety professionals. Now, once you have any plan, or once you have any action you want to execute, you need to go through the PDCA cycle. We all understand the PDCA cycle. You plan, you do, you check, and then you act. So when we are living here, think about it. What kind of safety investment can I propose to my leaders to improve the workplace? And then get them the proposals, get them the business cases. Right afterwards, we're going to have a panel discussion. Of course, we're going to know how we're going to get the business case out there to our leaders. And then continuous checking, continuous monitoring, and then auditing. So I put in place just a quick implementation plan for a year. First, do your risk assessment, do your data analysis, then align the safety with the business goals, engage leadership, engage the frontline employees, then you prioritize and select your safety initiatives, then you execute your safety plans and investments, and then you monitor, evaluate. So in summary, safety pays in every way. For every $1 that you invest, you save 4. This is from statistics. And also, safety ensures that customers keep coming back because you have improved reputation, the work gets done, and it gets done safely. People are motivated, safety leadership is enhanced, and you're able to meet your legal and ethical obligations. So investing in safety is not only ethical obligation, it's also a strategic business decision. So it should always come from the top. So thank you very much. This is all I have on the return on investment of safety, and I'm open for any questions or move on to the panel. All right, thank you very much.
Can we do one more for her? Thank you. And so she mentioned that we'll go straight to the panel. Let me quickly introduce to you who our panel members are, and then we take it from there. First on the list, ladies and gentlemen, we have Engineer Joe Steve Annan, P-G-H-I-E. Mama Kadina, thank you. You have saved me. You have saved me. All right, thank you so much. Please a round of applause for him. Then we have Prince Afo Obeng, Health and Safety Manager, Santi Gold, Toronto Limited. Abigail Trineboa, HSSEQ Manager, GeoCrest. And then John, you have to come back again for this one. The moderator for this particular panel is Damoa Emmanuel Nyako, Director, Safety Campaign, Ghana. Thank you so much, guys. And these are responsible for discussing building a business case for safety investment. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
Oh, some few minutes to 12. So let's say good morning. Hope I'm audible, right? Great. But I start off. Actually, I'm some fancy bar. I'm not fancy. You know, because my boss is here. I mean, during the planning stages, I was talking to yes, the opinion no insurance, my insurance. No, right? And my good friend, Prince, Joanne, and Abigail as well. We've done justice to gender equality. Is equity or what? Which one? Equality. Two beautiful young women and what? Two gentlemen. It's a beautiful gentleman. So let's do into our session. That was the way to catch us. I'm excited to do this very one. I'll start with my very own GS, of course. You may respectfully grab a microphone. And let's zoom in. Try to give us an insight into what ROI basically is. And during the launch of this conference at the HESS, I did mention how industry leaders should more or less drive OHS as far as is concerned. So I want to ask, why is it difficult to implement some OHS principles, considering both established regimes and then some local settings? You can do this comparison. Why is it so difficult to do this very well?
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the question. I think it basically, the difficulty varies from company to company because different companies are on different levels as far as the safety maturity level is concerned. So depending on where the company's culture is located on the safety maturity level, that determines the inertia one has to overcome in order to be able to get the resources to invest. That's one. Two, oftentimes when we say invest in safety, technology is there, and there are other areas of investment, but ability to know where am I supposed to invest in safety in order to get the right returns. If you look at loads of lead activities that we have, and it's these lead activities that when we embark on, we minimize the lag indicators, right? So, but depending on the safety culture of a particular company, assuming it's a low state, vulnerable state, and you go and load about 9 lead activities for them to enforce, everything will go back to ground zero. And whatever investment, of course, you would have invested, but the outcomes that you expect will not be realized. The next time you go for funds to invest in safety program, the next time the question from your boss is, we spent so much, we seem like you know. So it's multiple pronged approach. First is safety culture. Two, you the safety professional and the leadership, understanding which aspect of the lead activities you need to invest in. So it will be critical. If the child has not been able to walk to run, the child will sit. Oh God. Thanks.
So that was a good one. I wanted to break the rule of counting by going to one of the pretty young women there, but you have the microphone already.
Oh, you can.
I can. Joanne, let's do this one. So how can we connect from your presentation? You want to cascade down some elements in there. How can we connect business to safety investment? How can we do this one? What are some of the benefits?
So, as I mentioned, is it on? Yes, right now. So with getting business to invest, those are strategies that I pointed out, and it's about getting leadership buy-in. First and foremost, you need to get leadership to understand that safety is part of the business. And how do we start? We can start by ensuring that we put safety objectives as part of the business objectives. In my organization, we realized that safety wasn't being proactive, people were not participating so much. And I noticed it's not part of the KPI of personnel on their annual KPI. So once we did that, we put that on everyone's KPI that you need a certain portion of safety as part of your role, whether you're in office, whether you're on operational site. Once we did that, we realized that okay, a lot of people are participating, a lot of people are being active in safety. So when it comes to connecting business cases and then organization, we need to start from the top. We need to empower people. We need to train, get people to understand that safety is important. These are the benefits: reducing absenteeism, brings the lower premiums. It also reduce fines, etc. So these are the things that we need to put in place to, monitoring the business base to see.
From your end, I know you have some subcontractors who work under you. Speaker here, I hope I'm allowed to mention the name because you're out there already. How is it difficult working with subcontractors in terms of their management, acceptance of these investments that Nigeria is rightly said, if the child hasn't started working, you invest your child to run, those things occur probably. How is it difficult when working with subcontractors and how they should buy into safety investments? Any experience you share?
So subcontractors everywhere, they are quite difficult to work with because they are working a different management system from yours. So once they're coming into your area, you need to let them understand that these are your systems, these are the rules and responsibilities that they need to work with. So we start with qualifications before we onboard any contractor. We need to qualify you, make sure that you meet the minimum standard before we can, work with you. And sometimes the contractors overestimate or underestimate the risk. They either underestimate the risk, they feel that nothing has happened, we've been working for so many years, no incident has occurred, so what is there to invest or what is there to, bother about? We've had a safety record, 5 years LTI. But that is a pseudo, mentality. That's the same thing that happened with one of the big oil and gas companies. They were celebrating, a milestone, and then immediately afterwards they had an incident, right? So it's just thinking that everything is okay because we've not had any incidents. That is recipe catastrophe if we need to have that mindset. So always think that the risks are there. Let's not underestimate the risk. Let's put in place the measures to ensure that safety is on top of all the others.
So I like the recipe part. I don't know which food we're cooking, but hold on for me. Let's Abby take a swipe at this very question. She basically works as a subcontractor OHS manager, and she happens to work with jokers who have other contracts outside Ghana, right? So how is it difficult when you're dealing with clients? Just as John Wiley said, she works with a mother company, so you are coming as a contractor HS manager, right? How has it been? I mean, would you share any experience with us? How are you able to connect in terms of the requirements, especially when it comes to investing in safety?
Thank you very much for the question. So just as you mentioned, my end, we deal with the client. You are more or less like consultant. You are more or less like consultant. So in our case, investing in safety, we always have to buy into what the client is asking us to do. We have to follow their process, their procedures. So if they are asking you to, I'm just giving an instance, they are asking you to even bring a drone to the project site, you have to make sure you comply. So that has been it for us. Thank you.
Sure. Manager, I think there is one kind of work right? So, would you summarize from years one and probably talk about how difficult is it when it's time for budgets and companies thinking about saving costs, cutting down costs, and there's something that we need to do for safety? Would you share the experience with us?
Okay. So first of all, I'll start off with what Joanne was saying. She mentioned, especially where there has not been any incident, it then becomes very difficult for you to get safety investment. I have a slogan that says that safety is not about numbers. It's not the absence of incident, but the presence of positives. So if for months you are not getting incident or accident, and you go to the field to do your compliance monitoring, you do your inspection, and you are seeing the negatives, it is telling you that there is an accident waiting to happen. So coming back to safety investment, from what Steve said, it depends on the maturity of the organization. It also, to a large extent, also depends on the maturity of the safety personnel who are in the organization? How are you perceived by top management? How do they see you? Do you understand the business itself? Do you even understand the financial statement of the organization? Can you relate to things like all-in sustaining cost, all-in cost? Do you understand the component of the cost that relates to safety investment? So for example, I know that 0.6% of all the cost of my organization is from safety investment. I can easily therefore go to top management and tell them the increment that they have to make and the returns that they can get. So it depends on you, the individual, and your ability to be competent in your workplace. Looking at the subcontractors as an example, as a safety leader who currently I have about 35 different contractors who are working in our organization. There are some who even have subcontractors that I don't know about. You only get to know when there has been an incident. You would have to first determine the qualification criteria that a contractor needs before they enter into your workspace. So we've designed what is known as the contractor entry certification. And in that, the code for being bidding for the contract would then not be the only criteria that you use to bring the contractor in, but their ability to also have invested in some of the safety systems will also be a criteria. So in summary, yes, it depends on the organization's maturity, but it depends on you, the health and safety practitioner, your competence to also understand the finances of your organization and the subcontractors you work with. Thank you.
I think they deserve a round of applause. Maybe I should pay for this very session because I'm learning a lot. Yes, most of us here, we look up to you and you've trained a number of people in the industry. If I may just you, Joanne, he's my good friend and we talk on the side. But then I know what? Jesus, one of my bosses, I'm like, wow. Don't be me talk about. And so I would want you to share with us some, in terms of leadership, you have risen in important figures at the apex of whichever we want to put it. Do you normally have these challenges between budgets, issues like Prince Riley said, as far as some investment on safety is concerned, and how were you able to overcome some of these challenges? How were you able to explain to top management, look, guys, you need to do this, and this will be the return on this investment? I want you to share an experience with us. Yes, this on the spot.
They make my head swell. Anyway, that's just by the way. Just kidding. But truth is, justifying for expense in health and safety is not a straightforward thing. Even when your baseline risk assessment outcomes mandate that you are supposed to embark on specific activities, it's signed off, agreed, it gets to that part of the budget cycle, and then you key in, you punch in your dignity, and the questions come, why is this, why are we doing this, and why are you implementing this? And that is where you realize that you need to go beyond talking about what is happening now to what is expected to happen. So you realize that when you are quantifying, as John was explaining, when you actually quantify the benefits from health and safety, you also look at losses you are preventing. Are you getting me? I'm implementing this activity so that it prevents a fatality. But I'm not waiting for fatality to happen before I tell you that because of this fatality we have incurred this cost, and so this is our rate of return on this one. No. Now I'm looking at, should fatality happen, we are going to be impacted by such and such and such. So therefore, by implementing this program, I am preventing that cost or loss. Some years ago, I used to work for a company where health and safety used to be called HSLP, Health Safety and Loss Prevention. And well, I understood that because you are actually trying to look into the preventives. Are you getting me? So sometimes when the justification based on what you are doing is difficult or is not working, shift to justification for what you are preventing. I mean, can you quantify it? Can you put a price on human life? Depends. Are you getting me? Yeah. But then, if we have suffered fatality last year, fatality last 2 years because of certain fall of something, right? I mean, I don't want to be specific. And then we come up with a control that we will have to do this. We are not doing it. We must do this. Because if we do it, we are preventing a fatality which can cost us ABC. Are you getting me? Then, that one, they tend to understand better. Sometimes even that, they will not understand. So, I always say that there is no one particular approach. For me, I start with the soft way, I step it up a little bit, and when I'm really convinced that this thing I am doing is the right thing I'm supposed to do to prevent this event from happening, I'll do it. In fact, I do it. Maybe those times not, but now I tell my colleagues that, some are laughing because they know, I tell my colleagues that don't wait till all traffic lights are green before you move your car. Else you won't go anywhere. Just move when you get there, solve it, and move on. You know, sometimes some of the controls, you are there, the issue is happening. They are saying it's not approved. If you can fix it, fix it. I mean, you are a manager, you have budget approval. Approve it and go on. When it gets to the budget defense, negative variance, you explain, this is what I did, and you saw it, and this is what we prevented, and we move on. Thanks.
Yes. Don't go there. And they proceed you force. Then you force. Anyway, he taught me I feel like you must. I'm not sure I attended any of his classes, like 2 or 3 percent. Sorry. But I did pass the exam. I'm a shy. Alright, Joanne, let me come back to you again. Friends, you have to wait for me. You know you're a gentleman, right? So you just relax. That's how some people be fancy. It's our channel, rock our back. Take a bite for us again. You shared with us BP Petroleum. I'm happy to do a session for Ghana guys with some of these trainings. Just walk us through again. What are some of the opportunities for learning that we can actually take from this one? Some inference for on a brighter note. You know, when we're just walking us through. Now share with us some 2 or 3 deliverables to take away from that very incident. And probably you can look at how to just oppose between ROI and the Gambia school. I think you get ready for it. We have some 30 minutes more to go.
So we're learning from BP or learning from any other company. That's benchmarking, right? Trying to identify what others have gone through, how they approach it, and then you are also learning or picking up tips and bits from that. Now, when it comes to benchmarking and looking at what other companies have done, it sets the expectations. Now, we all know what happened with BP. So if you're in such an industry, then you also need to put in place certain measures so you don't get to where BP got to, right? And that's putting in place investment, the trainings, etc. that we talked about. Now, to also on that same aspect of BP, the incident that happened and all that, you are trying to tell, it's also a way to justify to leadership that we need to put in place safety measures, we need to be accountable in our organization, right? So these are just the 2 things that I want to share.
Alright, Abigail, just walk us through your safety culture and how it has resulted in some OI benefits. How do you do it? How do you walk through your side? So you can first look at the safety culture and some of the benefits you've probably reaped as far as implementing it is concerned. Definitely has some ripple effects on ROI as well.
Okay, so for my end, I am fortunate, maybe let's put it that way, that leadership health and safety or safety as a whole. And so it makes it much more easier when you are trying to implement certain safety measures, because once you have safety at the top, it cascades through the entire organization. So I really don't have any challenge or any example to give when it comes to the question that you asked, because of where I find myself.
That's good. I'll come and audit your site. So that maybe Dave, you have to join me go and audit Geocrest. We have a contract here. JIKQ is around. Alright, so Prince, let's look at this one. Would you want to share some practical insight on some success stories where proactive investment as far as ROI is concerned, and what were some of the benefits you can share with people?
Okay. So I'll start off with where she ended up. She's very fortunate to have had a situation where if you need investment, you most times get it. There was a case where we had data centers in 3 different places on our mine site. And these data centers, the actual cost is not too much. So you are looking at about 3 million cedis. And I wanted us to invest in a fire suppression system, an aerosol-based fire suppression system. That was threatening to cost us about 1.5 million for the 3 centers. I was facing a lot of backlash from the IT manager, thinking that it's all right, there's not much. But he had forgotten that once one of the, it's not just the cost of replacement, but we could not operate our SCADA system, which was linked to the operation of our mills and our crushing plant. And usually we produce about 450 ounces of gold per day. Multiply 1 ounce by 3,000 or 3,300 dollars now. That's a lot of money. So because I was facing that backlash, and when we go for management meeting, this man was really, and the GM had bought into it. So what I did was that, fortunately, our risk auditors, the ones responsible for our insurance, came. I told him, this is the situation I'm facing. I don't want it to come from me, but I want you to know, it's calculate that for each, yeah, thank you, that for each data center that we use, what will be the effect on the plant? And if we put in place the suppression system, how much is our premium going to reduce? He was actually able to quantify, and he gave me a figure that was around about 4 million cedis. So if I now take this to the GM, it became very easy. And we were able to actually invest in that. You know what's funny? Just about a year after we had installed it, we actually had a fire in one of those data centers, and the fire suppression actually worked. And this man is now my friend, very good friend, because he didn't confess that very day, but a few months later, he actually did confess. So yes, investing in safety practically can have those benefits in organization.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this session has been so. I think we have 10 minutes. Share. Tell them, yeah, and I'm sharing technologies or trends that we can on this side. We are looking at some emerging technologies, some trends we can actually adopt to improve our workplace safety as far as ROI is concerned. You mentioned it earlier on your submission. As JS does it, I'm taking a walk down. You realize you might stop there.
If you look at most of in the mining industry, most of the incident trends include property damages, especially mobile equipment, light vehicles and HMEs, etc. Especially when it comes to underground operations. Right. Now, our research has proven that lots of the operators actually don't even comply with the traffic management plan, the underground space. Not only in underground space, also in surface. Now, past 6 months or so, the kind of behaviors we have seen. Somebody is driving, no seatbelt, holding the phone, going, phone and texting, and the car hit a sidewalk, bam. Both underground and surface. Prior to this, we would have said, oh, maybe fatigue, maybe this, but now I say it's not fatigue, it's nonsense. You don't have to be driving and texting. I don't know if you are getting me. So technology has helped us to identify real misbehaviors. And so that has helped us to even introduce other controls. And the controls is not only punitive. Sometimes you see somebody driving and sleeping, dozing, and then he bumps into a wall, a side wall or something. But then you have to investigate into why he's sleeping. Maybe it's fatigue, maybe he's overly loaded from work by ourselves, having overloaded him, that's why, and that kind of thing. So trust me, fatigue monitoring equipment in equipment operators, that kind of thing, on equipment operators income has helped a lot. That's just one of them. There are many others, but for time's sake, I'll just talk about this. Thank you.
All right. Would any of my panel adapt any technology? Maybe if you take a bite at that, and I will quickly come here for this.
So, apart from the fatigue management systems, you can have operator presence systems. And some of them, you see, sometimes you are tempted to take only of fatigue, but somebody can really have a heart attack whilst in a big loader. So operator presence system, because once the symptoms of heart attack comes, there are some pressure reliefs on pedals and others. It can help easily detect that. We have other technologies like vibrometers that measure vibrations that workers are exposed to. So these are some of the technologies that
Just you add something to show. Please do.
So I was talking about the wearable technologies that we have. Also softwares. Now there are a lot of softwares for data inputs. So that once you see something, you're able to put in the information immediately. The safety leaders get the alert. So software, yes, you get the information, instant information. You're able to put in place any measures to alert the safety incident or occurrence.
I agree with you. We have this smart vest, smart helmet, some of these wearables that we can actually do. Some have been able to determine body temperature and humidity and all that. I think it's a good one. My audience, please, any question for, yes, Dave? Two, good.
Dave is a contribution.
So thank you very much. Very, very, very insightful. Really insightful. It's amazing how much you can learn from industry experts like you. So thank you. I have a difficult question. 80% of the population of Ghana is in the informal sector. This conference so far, we've talked on the formal sector, this and that and that. But since we're talking about return on investment, how do I go to that market woman and explain to her why she should invest in health and safety when she is struggling to make ends meet? It's a difficult question, I said. All right, thank you.
Who do you think will answer this one?
Okay, so let me try and answer that. So when you want to convince someone to invest into safety, let the person understand the why and then the benefits of it. So the market woman, for example, she's sitting by the roadside. She knows that if she goes into the main market, she's going to pay extra. But then once she's sitting by the roadside, she's exposed herself to a certain risk from the vehicles that are moving around. Now, if a vehicle, there's an equipment, brake failure, or the driver is even distracted from phone or using radio or whatever, she's going to get injured after being hit by the vehicle. Now she has to pay medical bills, which she doesn't even have enough money to take care of herself, enough money to take care of family. Now she has to pay bills. She's able to go to the market, and so she cannot get any income to take care of family. So if you make them to understand why, what is the implication, like what you said, let people understand how much you're going to spend if you don't put in safety. So going to the informal sector, that's the approach. Always begin to understand why and the cost of having an accident. So it's better to buy the kiosk inside of the main market, which can be like 1,000 cities, example, rather than spending so much on medical bills. Then you don't know how long you're going to stay in the hospital if you're injured, and who's going to take care of you. All these costs that you need to think about. So make them understand the why.
So, yes, you take a.
I just wanted to add that before we even think of going to tell the market person what to do, our fundamentals are wrong. In fact, sorry, is there anybody from factory offices and shops? Yes. Factory Office and Shops Act. When? 1972, right? 70. Older than all of us, I'm sure. Now, look at the market fires we've been having. If you investigate, even if you've not investigated, it's not necessarily from the market woman or the person over there who is doing the wrong. We have created the disenabling environment, right, for them to act the way they act. Yet we have laws that tell us that we are supposed to create the right environment for them to work within. So, first of all, we as citizens, as a nation, as whatever we call ourselves, whether politicians or whatever, we are not doing what we are supposed to do in the first place. Are you getting me? So that fundamental has to be right first. Then when you've created the right environment, the enabling environment, and the person is not complying because he probably doesn't understand, then you go there and then tell the person that do this A, B, C so that he will be safe. That fight has to start from political will and regulators and the citizens first, making the environment enabling before we even go and tell them. Else you can go and tell them when you go to hospital, you spend it, the next day you will stand on the roadside. Thanks.
My question is also linked to your last statement. So, the gaps in our current regulations, does it limit you in your work? You see, when you compare other best practices out there against the current, are you limited to say, let's say, let me just fill in the gaps? This is what the country requires of you. Or how does that impede? Because when you go to management, especially, all they want is let's satisfy the regulatory bodies first. Meanwhile, there are gaps in whatever they are enforcing or requiring. How does it limit your work? Or, yeah, maybe let me begin.
Regulations are regulations, and they remain paperwork. Sorry, I might be blunt, and it is what it is. They remain paperwork. Look, we have a lot of regulations in this country, and we comply to less than 30% of them in this nation. So, still the paperwork is there. But we holding the bull by the horn, doing the right thing. You are asking somebody, as whether from the constitution or an act or a legislative instrument, that person, when you go to the market, your shop, you must make sure that the wiring has earth and positive and neutral and all that, blah, blah, blah. And then you yourself, you build a market and the wiring is not correct. Or you leave places for people to build their own things and they go to KMA or AMA or whatever, get a permit. How do they secure the permit? For that structure close to the market, I have built as a government. Are you getting me? So if I have permitted it, I have allowed the inappropriate ways of doing things. So regulations are paperwork. We ourselves, we need to hold the bull by the horn, do things right. If the paper is asking me that I should do ABC, but the people, the actors who are supposed to ensure the right things are supposed to be done are not doing it, paperwork can be a pile up. Still, the wrong things will happen. And once we are permitting people to be working under such conditions, how can I go and tell the person that now make sure you comply with this and that kind of thing? Meanwhile, the regulator or the government or whoever himself has permitted him to do that. So it's a holistic and approach, it's a comprehensive approach that we have to take it from. Are you getting me? Those times we used to argue that because there is no Health and Safety Act, it's a gap and all that. Look, the act can come. We will still be facing questions. Thanks.
And that's a JS for you. We have our last question from Professor Chrissy Enin. Prof.
No, it's not a question, really. I mean, you've spoken like a man after my own heart. Okay? We lie, we fidget with the rules, we collect bribes, we collude, because in collusion and criminality, there are enough incentives to allow the market woman to sell by the roadside. When Kufuor built the Kaswa market, the good old Atamels as a Christian said, what? Look at this wicked man. If you vote for me, I will allow you to come and sell by the roadside. Nanado told us, I will transform Accra into the cleanest city. And his mayors and his ministers stop. And herein find ourselves. Look, the laws are there. Why is it that when we travel only 6 hours from here, and we go to Holland, Belgium, we follow the rules? Nobody changes us. Where's the MC? He just reminded me that he is my student. You will not pass, and neither Jubilee House can force me to pass you if you don't deserve the pass. We've got, as leaders, to be driven by integrity and a certain sense that we will contribute to transforming this country. Okay, but we want titles, we want a ministerial position, and the ministers to them, my old friend, that have come and I haven't seen that we have ABCD. If you look at the first minister for labor in 1957, he said the same thing. Okay, we've got to begin the process of challenging those in authority, using our positions to transform lives, and basically say, look, and I always tell people, don't come to my father's funeral. He's 91. Don't come to my mother's funeral. She's 91. If you don't want to do the right, because I don't want your 50 cedis. You will come and drink 10 bottles of Guinness. Finish everything.
And that was Professor. Let's give out for him. For this very session, I wish we would have additional 1 hour to do more, right? Yes. But I think we also have other programs to do. Prof has a session after lunch, and we'll get to engage him more. When he spoke of 1957, I was like, oh. My team here, any final words, who will do?
I think from the presentation and from the panel discussion, safety is very important. We need to invest in it. And it's about building the case, justifying it with data. We don't have data. You can't convince any leader or any government about even passing the bill. But the data should speak, right? The data should speak. And we should be confident and bold enough to let the leadership of our companies know that if we do things the right way, we're going to get benefits from them. We're going to have a huge return of investments. So that's concluding remarks from me. Thank you.
So, for me, what I've seen in the past few years I've been in the industry is that as safety professionals, we need to learn the financial management tools. Can you use the cost-benefit analysis tool, for example? Can you use total return on risk tool, for example? When we leave here, go to the National Safety Council website, look at their risk calculator tools, input some of your perceived safety investment costs in it. It will give you the direct and indirect costs. Speak to top management with data and values. Speak to them. It's going to cost us $500,000, but we will return $1.5 billion through a reduction in loss of production or something like that. So use these tools, and please consult your colleagues from HR. They will give you the absence data. Consult your colleagues from finance. Use them. Sometimes when I have a big investment to make, I will not do the presentation to the GM. I'll go to my good friend, the finance manager, explain to him, tell him, and he will do the safety presentation on my behalf. So those are the things that I think we can take from here.
Thank you so much. Yeah, my boss on Kabi Kakri.
Okay, please, in short, our profession cannot be successfully practiced by being in a hermetically sealed silo. We interrelate with other professions so that we'll be successful. So be flexible. Thanks.
On this note, see us outside for more. Thank you so much for listening to the discussion.
Thank you so much. We can do it better for this group. Fantastic, fantastic. We all really wish we didn't have to end it the way we have, but of course, time constraints. So hopefully next year when we put it together, we'll allow some more time. If you have any questions, two options. You can meet our discussants outside during lunch and engage them for some questions. If not, you reserve all your questions for the aftermath of the conference. Then you can ask them as many questions as you can. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for being a wonderful audience for the first part of this morning's, today's conference. We're looking forward to an exciting second half later after lunch. It's been wonderful. My name is Ato Texan. My time with you ends during lunch. After that, my co-MC will take over, Nana Kwesi Kwetia. So please look out for him at the next session. On that note, lunch is officially served. For all our moderators, speakers, please, you will have to follow this gentleman right now. If you're a speaker, a moderator, please kindly come and follow him right now. He has a special place to take you.
Structure here, so we don't pay attention to those things. But most of the times, even the things that we don't see or the psychological stresses can impact more on our productivity. And within the health space, within the workspace, some people, before they even come into the workspace, they may have their own mental health issues. So even the workspace can be a place where they will find that support to cope with their mental health issue, or can even impact them more. And when it comes to these conversations now, it's taking center stage because we've realized that the impact is so much, and sometimes it's even more as compared to physical health. So statistics have shown that within the workspace, 1 in 5 people have some form of mental health issues. 1 in 5 people. So if I go around right now, I mean, if it's stress, somebody may be stressed about something, depression, anxiety, substance use, post-traumatic stress, especially with the physical space, things can happen at work, and then sometimes somebody gets a post-traumatic stress because of what has happened at the workplace. The other thing is that when we look at the impact, also data shows that in terms of loss of productivity, mental health issues alone, not physical health, but the mental health issues alone cause the global economy about $1 trillion per year loss of productivity. So we realize that this is something that is very important for us all to be discussing because of the impact, not just to the individual, but then to the organization as well. Thank you.
That's interesting. So with what you mentioned, can we now classify mental health concerns as hazards in the space of safety? If yes, why? And if not, why aren't we seeing them as hazards?
Okay, so the short answer is yes. Yes, 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 yes. The studies have shown, as she's mentioned, that 1 in 5 people is having a serious mental health issue. Those mental health issues impact on health and safety. There are certain jobs that are so critical, safety critical, that you do need your concentration, your focus. those who, let's say you're playing a video game even, or even reading a textbook. Let's use reading a textbook. You're reading a textbook and you're studying, and your significant other is talking to you about their day. Can you really focus on what you're reading? You can't. Our brains have limited capacity for focus and concentration. When those mental health issues are in your mind, it distracts you from the work you're supposed to be doing. And if it is safety critical, there will be a problem. So absolutely. So because of that, in the world of health and safety, we do risk assessments for mental health issues, especially work-related stress. In some countries, they even have what we call the mental health first aiders, people who are trained to identify that this person is having an issue. Let me pass them on to somebody.
Doc, we'll come to that. I want to ask, are there any legal or regulatory recommendation in our space of work? Do we have those things in place, especially in Ghana or globally? And if there are such things, are they available to our safety professionals to read, understand them, and then implement them on the job?
Okay, so let me talk about our setting here. So we have our Mental Health Act, Act 846 of 2012. So within the Act, the employment rights states categorically that you can't terminate, so subsection 1 talks about the fact that you can't terminate somebody's work by virtue of the fact that the person has a previous mental health disorder or a current mental health disorder or is receiving treatment for a mental health disorder. What is important is that if, as a leader, you recognize that somebody has mental health issues, it is your responsibility to get help for the person. And then following that, depending on what the impact or the functional declining in as a result of the mental health disorder, then you'll be mandated now to engage the person in a level that they can now function in. Okay, so if somebody has a mental health disorder, and then previously they were, let's say, a supervisor in this role, but per their functional decline, now you have realized that they can't function at that place. It's impacting upon their work. Then, as a leader, it is your duty to now engage the person in another level of work where they can function well. And that said, the Act still continues to talk about the fact that if you realize that they can't function at all, this person is incapacitated, then also you have the rights with the Labor Act, whatever remuneration that you can then go ahead and then terminate their contract, and whatever remuneration in accordance to the Labor Act, then you follow suit. So by virtue, what our law states in Ghana, by virtue of the fact that somebody has, you've heard that's okay, this person has a mental health issue, even before they came into your workspace, you can't just terminate their job just by the fact that the person has it, but you have to go through the process. If now it's impacting so severe that it's impacting upon their work, then now you can put in your whatever remuneration that you have, so you can terminate the person's work.
Okay, Doc. You said if a leader gets to recognize that someone has mental health issues, then they take steps. But what if I'm new to this mental health thing? How do I recognize the early warning signs so I can help the individual?
Okay, so that's a very good one. So it's very important that, first of all, we know what the mental health issues are. So I've given us the definition. But some of the signs that we can use to recognize, first of all, you need to know the person and then know the change. Okay, so one way of getting to know whether this person is having some mental health issues, to get to know the change. First of all, a change in behavior. So you have somebody who maybe is calm, they are very hardworking, and then all of a sudden, now they have change. There are changes with that. The person comes to work, they are easily irritable, they get angry, the least thing, they are upset. Meanwhile, this person was not like that. Instead of having chit-chats or scuttlebutt to the person or gossip, it's important for us to ask questions. Sometimes we don't ask questions. We rather sit down and then gossip about the person. Okay, so you can even see this person is somebody who comes to work, they dress really well, they've ironed their clothes, then all of a sudden, okay, their hair is unkempt, they are not really dressing well. Just the little changes. The other thing is emotions. So somebody can now complain of being sad every time. Somebody would now tell you they wish they were not alive, they wish everything will come to an end. So that's where the person is contemplating suicide. Sometimes all these warning signs are just staring at us. But then it's later something happens. Oh, okay, so all along this person was suffering from depression. And at that time, it may be too late. But some of these things, and it impacts upon their work. So you know that this person, or within a week, if I give this workload, they are able to do it. Now they are not able to concentrate, they are not able to focus, they are not able to make decisions, they are making a lot of mistakes, they are forgetting things. All these things shows that there's something going on. So these are some of the warning signs that we can see.
Okay, Dr. Apu, I want you to tackle this for me. So, how can safety officers or the teams integrate mental health support into existing HSC management protocols?
Yes, absolutely. For any mental health intervention to work, in fact, for any health and safety intervention to work, it must be integrated into the business strategy and the business direction. Otherwise, your health and safety will be thrown somewhere, and then the business will move on doing what it's always done. It's a difficult question because to integrate it, you really have to do what is needed, which is start from the top. The only way to change stigma, the way people approach health and mental health issues, is to change the entire culture of the organization. If you change the minds of this table and the rest still think the same way, you have achieved nothing. Zero. You wasted your time. But if majority here think that mental health issues are acceptable, we are not going to stigmatize. The few stubborn goats, stubborn academy who are left behind will either align to the culture or leave the organization. That is how it works. So you would have to start at the top, train top management, then train the middle management, the supervisors, etc. The top management is the one who are going to release the resources, who are going to give time for training, who are going to really drive this. If they are not involved, you're not going to achieve anything. The middle managers are the ones who are going to actually mention, notice that I have this worker, something's off about him. Let me not get upset that he's not meeting my targets. Let me ask him or her what is going on. Then at the last tier, you train the workers. Then for the workers to also know to be their brother or sister's keeper. Let me watch out. Let me know when to escalate. The last layer that would now consolidate all of this is that when all of this structure, when there's a problem, where do they go to? And this is where something like an employee assistance program comes in. From my experience, employees don't like talking to somebody about their mental health who's in their organization. They don't like it because Ghanaians, we are gossips. So they believe that the person is going to talk about that issue to somebody else. The ones that I have seen work personally are when you contract an outsider, then they get that feeling like, oh, the person is from outside my organization, my secrets are safe. But when the person is from internal, from what I've seen, I may be wrong, it doesn't work.
Okay, so that brings me to stigmatization. So, Dr. Chum, what role should we as safety professionals play in normalizing people getting the chance to express what they are feeling, how they are feeling to others, to seek for support? And I think when Sister Joanne, sorry, I'm using sister because of my profession. Forgive me. Or we call our seniors sisters, sorry. Said she made mention of psychological safety when she was doing her presentation and said that we should ensure, leaders should ensure that people feel safe to express their concerns. So let's talk about it. How do we reduce stigmatization? I know you started the point, but we have to normalize it. But how do we go about this whole thing?
Okay. So just like the way that if I come here and probably I've eaten something and I have an diarrhea, okay, or I come and then I have a headache, it'll be very easy for me to tell the one sitting by me that, oh, I have a headache and this is what is happening to me. In the same way, we should be able to make that conversation. First of all, we know what mental health is, that is not far away from any of us. There's just a thin line. Okay, anybody at all can have a mental health issue. And there's nothing wrong with having a mental health issue. Okay, physical health can impact upon our mental health, and at the same time mental health issue can also impact our physical health. So somebody can have hypertension or diabetes. Every month they're able to ask for permission from their workplace and then go into the hospital space. In the same way, it should be easy for somebody who also has a particular mental health disorder as well to be able to talk about it. So it starts first with us. The education that is ongoing right now, training and all that, if we are able to discuss or normalize the conversation, it should be part of us, where even leaders within the workspace support mental health initiatives. Okay, so it becomes a part of us, just like we can easily discuss our physical health. Okay, so if we start doing that, then everybody, recognizes that, okay, it's okay if I'm not feeling too well in terms of my mental health. It's okay if I'm feeling sad, I can discuss with somebody. It's okay if I feel that probably I'm hearing some voices which nobody else is hearing. It's okay to discuss that. Okay, so if we normalize these conversations every time, it will be easy for people within the workspace to talk about their mental health issues so that we don't stigmatize people. The other thing is that sometimes if you go to certain workspaces, because of this stigma, for instance, with the employee assistance program, some people don't have on-site like counseling centers, because then when you get up and then you say, okay, I know when I go and then I turn right, then everybody knows that I'm going to see a counselor or something like that. So for some places, they don't have it on site, but then you can connect via telemedicine with your psychologist or your psychiatrist and then discuss your mental health issues as well. And then also, if we put up systems where we, like he said, we are all each other's keepers. So we have supportive systems within the workspace where if I have an issue, my body is, let's say, it's Joanne, so I can go to her and then discuss my mental health issue and then she can take it up. So when the leaders set the tone, when the leaders make these discussions normal in the workplace, they support certain initiatives, then everybody else picks it up. So it starts right from the top. It can help break that stigma. Thank you.
You made mention of training, Doc. So I would want to ask, how often should we talk about mental health? Because globally, we have a month stipulated for mental health issues, but then it's getting to the board. How do we inculcate it in our trainings, and how often should we talk about them? Should we wait till the month that we are supposed to create awareness on mental health, then we talk about it? Or should we make it a part of our toolbox discussions so that every day we are creating awareness? How do we go about it?
So I'm a personal believer in something I call micro learning a little bit every day. When you sit people down for 5 hours and talk to them about a topic, at best, the first 1 hour or 2 hours, they'll be with you. After that, a lot of you right now are struggling. Are struggling because you're just eating. All the blood has gone to the tummies, digesting the food. The head is struggling. So I absolutely love your idea that you incorporate it into your toolbox talks. Even before that, or even beyond that, in your management meetings, in your departmental meetings, as you talk about other things, other health and safety issues, you add mental health. Because if you just do it once a year, people will forget. Now, if you want to train leaders in mental health, I like to use the farmer approach. As a leader, think like a farmer. If you are a farmer and your crops are not growing, do you go and stand there and start shouting at the crops? You don't. What do? You start to ask yourself, why are these crops not growing? Are they not getting enough water? Are there roots that I need to remove? Is the soil not good? If you approach your workers like you are a farmer and their crops, that in itself can change how you affect their mental health negatively.
Okay, so just to add to what he's mentioned, I think that if within the organization we have certain structures where, for instance, there are certain places that every time it's 12 noon, we all take a break. We all take a mental health break. Okay, so whether if I'm at my desk, I have to move for my mental health. I move to a friend, a colleague. We have a short discussion. We interact just so that will also help our mental health. And in fact, exercise as well also boosts our mental health. So during that period, I know that this is the organizational structure. At 12, everybody leaves their tools down. We move around. We chat a bit, okay, and then we come back to our seats. If we have things like that, or sometimes you go to certain places, there are posters all around. Okay, it's okay not to feel too good today, but this is the algorithm. If this, so we all have these things around where you have the emojis about smiley and all that, and then you know that okay, I know if I'm not feeling too well in terms of my mental health, I'm down, then I can discuss things with it. So let's make it visible, like he said, not to wait till the month celebration. But there again, we can also partner with, for instance, the mental health authority in celebrating or campaigns against mental health conditions. And then for that visibility within your workspace so that people know that, okay, these are some of the mental health issues that when one faces, they need to seek attention. Thank you.
Dr. Shun, you made mention of a nice plan. How many of us are with the management? Please, I would want to know. Those who find themselves with, like, in management positions. There are not too many. How do we carry this information to those at the top for us? We beg you. She said we should have a system in place where we can have few minutes to relax. It's worse when you come to the healthcare system. I don't want to go about talking about it. You see why we went for strike? I'll tell you later. It's worse because you don't get time. When they see you with another person, they think you are gossiping. Meanwhile, maybe that person is the one you are sharing that stress or something with, but they think you are gossiping. So please, our management members, we beg you, speak for us. Thank you. We are going to talk about. You want to say something? Oh wait. I wasn't asking. I'm just pleading with them. Yes, I want to plead with them that they should speak for us. We are now going into technology. It's not technology. We want the proper technology. So, Doc, I want to know, do we have digital system in place that can help monitor mental well-being at work? Doc, Stajuan said we should have the one which can monitor our BPs and stuff. And then I heard one of the sessions, I think you made mention of stress system or something. But what if we don't work in the mines, where those things can be attached to the machine we are working with? But me, I'm just here. Do we have anything like that? And if we do, how are we using this data collected to effectively support those who are having mental health concerns?
So, because of the context we find ourselves in, I'll give you a free tool. If you say go and pay right now, there'll be trouble. The Health and Safety Executive of the UK, they've developed something we call a stress indicator tool. SIT, stress indicator tool. If I've messed up one of the words, I'm sorry. It's on their website. Once you Google it, you can get it. It helps you to do the assessment of your organization as it stands now, in terms of the 6 things I spoke about. Those 6 things are demands, control, role, relationships, change. It's one more. And helps you to do that risk assessment initially. Then it shows you how to intervene for each one. Then, so important, you assess again. Because you need to show that the dial has shifted. Sometimes you put in the interventions and people are worse off. And the only way is if you check again. So that is a tool that you can apply regardless of your industry, regardless high risk, low risk. You can use this to actually change the work-related stress within your organizations. I'll hand over to Dr. Chu.
Okay, so still talking about technology In terms of, all of us, almost all of us here, or if not all of us, we all have mobile phones. So there are certain apps that you can get onto to get the initial aid, whatever mental health aid that we need. So something like Hello Ikea, it's a platform that you can get onto and then discuss AI based. So you discuss what your mental health issues are, and then you can get feedback. Then we also have phone calls. So the Mental Health Authority has a toll-free line, 0800 678 678, 0800 678 678. So that's like 24/7. You can call, and whatever the mental health issues are, you can discuss with the person on the line, and then the appropriate intervention will be given at that point. And then also within the organization, you can have your service where you go ahead with, general mental health or general well-being of the individual. You can have surveys and then audit them as well to find out what the issues are within the workspace. So maybe you can have people discussing that maybe the workload is too much, or the time for our work is also very long. So you can have things like that. And then as management, you can sit down and then audit what things that your employees have come up with. That said, apart from the technological tools that we all have, we are each other's keepers. So just like we've all mentioned, if you have any issue, as much as possible, talk to the person sitting next to you. Since from here, we are all going to make mental health a normal conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will finish very soon. I'm trying to work within time here. But one thing I've observed as a health worker is sometimes our management don't listen. I don't know about the typical mining rig people. How do we bridge that gap? How do we get them to understand the plight of the employees? Because I remember when I had burnout, I'm sharing my own experience here. I remember when I had burnout, it had a toll on me. I've even talked about it on LinkedIn, those who follow me. And at a point, as soon as I get down from the Trotsky to go to the hospital, I start having migraine. Yes, that was how my mental health status got to. And so my plan was to leave the environment. And even with the leaving, it became an issue. So how do we get our management, our top managers to understand and listen to the plight of we, the employees?
Okay. So when convincing top management, we've discussed one very important tool already, return on investment. Just explaining to them how much money they will save by avoiding. So in this case, you would want to get some data of people who have burnt out or had other mental health struggles and what it costs in total, and just explain that this intervention costs this fraction of what you lose per employee, and then you can make that argument. The other way to convince management, which we haven't spoken about yet, is to make them feel like, I don't want to use the word manipulation, but I have to use the word manipulation. They need to understand that it can be them one day. So my day job is with HEFRA, the Health Facilities Regulatory Agency. As we are driving the healthcare standards, we're trying to drive these things. I imagine, what if I'm driving in the middle of somewhere one day and I get into an accident? I want to make sure that that facility that takes care of me won't kill me. It's the same way that with management, they need to understand that this mental health policy, it can be you one day. Your child, God forbid, can drown. And that child drowning, you can't imagine what's going to do to your mental health. You can't predict it. And you might be the one who needs those accommodations, that help. So as you are doing it, imagine it's you.
Before, Doc, do you want to say something?
So just a bit. I think it's when we are transparent about the things that we audit when it comes to psychosocial risk. So when management sees that, like the survey that I mentioned, if you're having these surveys every time, and then we audit the things that come up, that these are the things that employees are coming up with. And that's the reason why it's impacting upon our work. You're having a workplace that people come in, I mean, the turnover is high. People just leave the work, people come in and then they leave every time. You want to go down and then find out what is the reason. And then even when people are going out of the workplace, you want to do an exit interview to find exactly the reasons why people are leaving. I think when we do these things, I mean, it presents the data to the top management. Then they know that these are the kind of things that are happening within the workspace. And like he said, it can happen to anybody at all. So the training, not just to the lower level, the middle level, but even the top level managers as well, if they go through this training, it will also help so that they understand everybody's plight. But then also to add that if the leader is not listening, it's actually bullying, workplace bullying. And bullying, if people are giving you cold attitude, they are not listening to you, getting you involved in decision making, micromanagement, all these things impact upon our mental health, and it's actually bullying. Thank you.
Thank you. I would want 2 questions from the interested. I said 2. I'm seeing plenty hands. Okay, I think I'm still within time. So I'll give about 4 people the chance to talk. Should I do partial? Oh, I wanted to do. It's bullying.
Yes,
Sorry, I was
yes,
coming to you,
yes.
but since you are saying I'm going to bully them, I beg, let me go here. Please ask your question.
Thank you very much, Harriet, for the job you are doing. So I think I've shared this on the Safety Campaign Ghana platform before. A story about a driver very effective driver who one day got a call from an ex-girlfriend over 20 years ago. And the call came that 20 years ago, we got a child together. He told me to abort it and I didn't. So now just know that you have a son who is 20 years. Now the man is an elder in church, a respected person in the mine, and now everything has been affected. The first stage of all this is denial. Even myself, after a broken heart, no, you get it? Are we getting it wrong with the approach? Because everyone is even denying it. We've had instances whereby we've always tried to help people, but they themselves are in denial. How? Practically. My question is how? The approach. Thank you very much.
Can I can go ahead. Okay. Okay. I agree with you that the approach we take to the challenges of life are what is affecting us. When we come across failure, roadblocks, any bad thing, we've been trained that failure is bad from primary school. When you get 99% on your test, why didn't you get 100? When you it's the culture. Failure is bad. But as you grow, it's not like I'm that old, but as you grow, you come to realize that failure is a necessity. You learn very little from success. You learn a lot from failure. So I imagine it as if we are all in a maze. And in that maze, there's an ultimate destination to get out of the maze. When we are walking in the maze, we will hit a wall. You don't look at that wall and say, why are you there? Why? Then for 2 weeks, I'm upset. Why is the wall? No, that wall is meant to what? Redirect you. And then you hit another wall, redirect you. So I agree with you. Our approach is very wrong. This issue can be handled so calmly. So calmly. He had sex with somebody 20 years ago. And so what? And so what? You understand? Like the church is saying that what? They don't commit. Even, you see, it's a societal thing, and I can talk 2 hours from this, but before I deviate and waste too much time, start approaching your walls as redirection. It will change your mindset.
Okay, thank you very much, Doc. Quick question. So just as we've come to appreciate that the mental health is one of the hazards pertaining to the various organizations we find ourselves, just as we know, we have this hazard hunt where we intentionally, probably on monthly, weekly basis, we do inspection, we go to the field, try to identify the hazard and put in the controls. Is there any strategy that can help the health and safety professionals so that we'll be able to consciously identify these mental health hazards? Especially we have this alcohol test where we intentionally say, okay, every day you need to blow just for us to ascertain you are fit, free from alcohol before you do your work. Is there any strategy so that it will not be the yearly training, yearly control, EAP, if you feel this way, call this number? Can we intentionally do that? Probably quarterly, monthly, weekly basis. Thank you.
Okay, so it's a very good practical, how do we do this on the ground question. The way our mental health varies from day to day, we cannot afford anything but daily diligence. Waiting a week would be the difference between somebody committing suicide and being alive. You necessarily need the person's colleagues or supervisor to be trained to identify the problem. It's really, in my opinion, what will work. So, for example, in Hefra where I work, I know my unit members. I know them well. I've been studying them. So when one is off, I approach privately. And even the way you approach somebody will change whether they close up or they open up. It's not something to ask in the office, hey, today your hair is looking like, oh, what's up? No. You pull them aside and you have that conversation. So the practical thing I would say is that select and train mental health first aiders. When I say select and train, some people should not do this job. Some people will make the situation worse. Don't select them. It doesn't mean that whoever is watching your mental health has to be a supervisor. Sometimes that supervisor is the one causing the mental health issue. So it's about selecting people who you know amongst yourself who would be a good mental first aider. Somebody who does not judge, somebody who listens. Listening is not easy, it's a skill. We are so self-centered as human beings that we always want to talk about ourselves. So to listen to somebody talk about themselves, and it's a skill. So you want to first of all select those people who have that ability, then you provide training. So you can invite a mental health professional who knows what they're doing to train them. But just like you do refresher training for first aiders, you do refresher training for what? Mental first aiders.
All right, so Dr. Chim, you made mention of the Mental Health Act, and I want to believe you are aware that it has its own complexities, and it somehow also contradicts the labor law and how to trigger the labor law to also start working in the case of mental health patients. Companies are trying to navigate through these complexities. A critical example, an employer suspects from behavior that a staff has a situation and then willingly sponsor this staff to seek mental health attention. Now the employer comes back to get feedback. Then the doctor is citing the same law, telling the employer he cannot give the response to the employer unless the patient, who is also a staff, consent to it. And then when that happens, the employer is unable to move to the second space. And then this particular staff is hurting people in the workspace, and it's happening. It's happening. When discussions are opened, maybe, we hope, in the nearest future, on amendments of that law, we should know when to truncate and then also help protect other staff at the workplace. Because typically I have had to intervene in so many things. This particular staff end up, hurting other people, destroying properties, and the employer is afraid to go to the next level to trigger maybe dismissal or probably to let the person go home without facts from the doctor to do that. And so I believe that when discussions open on amendment, some of these things have to be discussed to protect the company, the employer, then the other staff. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. So we recognize these complexities, but in fact, in the situation where the patient lacks capacity, you don't need the patient's consent for their medical records, but then you need to get a representative of that patient, okay? And in terms of this particular thing where you need to make a decision, because at the end of the day, the person has a potential of causing risk of harm to themselves and then to others. Within the same law, we have the tribunal. So the tribunal sits, and then issues like this, when they come up, so the tribunal has a psychiatrist, has a legal person within, and then also a service user. They all sit and then discuss, in this instance, what do we do? Because with what you are actually describing, this is something that should be taken up, because the person is causing risk of harm to, like you are saying, other people and then to property. So even the employee or whether the HR, you can actually go to a mental health facility. It's all in the law. You can go to a mental health facility and then apply for what we call a certificate of urgency. You can actually get in touch with the police to accompany you to get this person to the mental health facility. If they fail to go, the police can actually keep them in any safe custody, and then you get the certificate of urgency, which will then apply to the court to give a court order for treatment. Because with what I understand from what you are discussing, it looks like the person lacks capacity. Okay, so if the person lacks capacity, we have all these processes that you can actually go through. And then at the end of the day, if the person, the thing is that most of the time, you see, if we have these incidents, after treating or putting in intervention, they are okay, and then they can go back to work. But in some few cases, you have people that now they can't function well, so they need to terminate their appointment. But most of the time, I've had a lot of instances where people come in and then you realize that they were resisting. That's just because they don't have insight into their condition. So they don't accept what all other people are seeing as a change. They don't accept this. But if they don't have insight into their condition, we have a way of going around it. And then at the end of the day, if we get to the court gives an order for treatment, and that one you can't refuse. So far as we have that court order, we go ahead and then give whatever treatment, because we are covered, we are backed by the law. So after that, you realize when they have the treatment, they are okay, and then they go back to work. So I don't think if you have this person within the workplace, you should sit with it. So far as they are causing harm, we need to go through the other avenue, either getting a certificate of urgency or getting the tribunal involved, so that at least you can get this feedback from the workplace. And like I'm saying, you can also get a representative of that person, and then they can allow you to get the medical records. Great. I agree with you. I agree with you.
So-
Thank you.
Doc, please, sorry, before you come and then you wrap everything up for me. As Acrobot would say, apologies. We don't have lots of time, so I'm sorry if we didn't take your question. Maybe after everything, you can see our doctors and they will respond to your question privately. Doc, please go on.
So The issue, Dr. Francis, that you're mentioning, it's the root of the issue is medical confidentiality. You need information to make a management decision, yet that information is covered by medical confidentiality. This is why occupational health was developed. You need an occupational health department, because that occupational health department serves as a so that occupational health training shows you how to speak to management. So you go to management to say that this worker, the expected return time is this. When they return, they'll need so and so reasonable adjustments. Full stop. You don't give them confidential information. But that decision to make those management steps is made by having that confidential information. So once there's that gap that exists between your health practitioners and management, you always have this problem. You do need an intermediary, which is occupational health. That is what works. But does the hospital have a trained occupational health doctor? That
it can't be given. So what the employer had to do was to admit the person in another facility, whilst we waited till the person reached 55, and then we did some form of, because we wanted to go around the situation. So once the person was there and was being treated, when it's better, we bring the person back. When it starts, we take the person. It costs the companies a lot. So like I said, that is a peculiar situation. In organizations where probably they do not have those facilities, the solution you are offering could stand. However, I believe that some of these doctors in charge of these things should also be made aware to guide employers to go around the situation so that it costs less, and then the patient, who is also a staff, is protected. Because worst case scenario, I ask you to go home on leave. You go 30 days, I keep renewing your leave, and I keep paying you, sit it at home, which is also not good, but that's to protect the employer.
So what typically should have occurred, what typically occurred as per occupational health best practice guidelines, is that even if, and the doctor, the mental health professional was absolutely right, medical confidentiality is medical confidentiality, but the occupational health practitioner should now demand that a report is written that details the person's current capacity, when are they expected back to work, etc., and etc. And with that non-confidential information, a decision could have been made very early. So I would investigate, and I come back to you that the root cause is that your occupational health coverage is not adequate.
Thank you so much for having us. I hope that you enjoyed this session. God bless you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the fireside where we looked at mental health. Definitely when you're at the fireside, your mind will be boggling and going to places that you don't think it has to. So I guess that what our wonderful panelists have discussed is something that would go a long way to help you to see how best you can harness mental health issues at your various offices and organizations. We're going to quickly move on to our next discussion. And this time we're going to look at the security and risk management, integrating security into business operations. And I'm going to call on our distinguished panelists to join us, and then also I would introduce our moderator for the session. Let me start with Head Office for International Cooperation, that's Capitate, and I'm going to call on Professor Kwesi Enin. Please, a round of applause for him. And then Senior Manager, Anglo Gold Ashanti Obuasi Mine, Mr. Desmond Banahene. Moderating this section, ladies and gentlemen, is a corporate communications strategist and adjunct lecturer, Mary Lawson. A round of applause for her.
Business, risk, and security in business. What do we know about it? I want to pass on the microphone for a start before I jump to my questions.
I've got a mic here for you, so don't worry.
Okay.
So in case anybody at all would want to. Please, a question again.
When we talk about risk and security in businesses, what do we know about it? And have we experienced anything like that in our offices?
Is there anybody, please?
Anybody?
Okay.
We have a hand. So where I formerly work, our gate, the main entrance, wasn't properly locked. So when you go for night duty, and most of the times we have just a nurse at the OPD, one nurse, no security, especially during the weekend. So most of these staff get scared in the night because they don't have someone to protect them. And if you are in Takrady, you know a typical Ifiekuma setting, you know that the guys there, they are more than the Amanfu guys. So you can imagine if they go trekking at night and they come with emergency. Some even come there with knives because two sides are fighting. So I noticed that that side, our security wasn't that good. Anybody to share? Okay. Security and risk.
I think what I will share about it is when it comes to the protection of the workers, the duty of the employer, the duty to care on their security, not just the employees, but assets as well, and to sustain business continuity as well. So that's what I would love to share.
Okay, thank you so much. So to have this conversation, we have Professor Kwesi Enin, we have Dr. John Poko, and we have Mr. Desmond Banahene. I'm going to start with Professor Enin. Prof, please, when we talk about security and risk in business, what is it all about?
No, I think this should be context specific. But the basic assumption is that you cannot and you must not run a business right from the planning stage without adding a security approach to it. Unfortunately, because we just don't like to tell the truth to ourselves, we have this notion of being hospitable, kind, sweet, loving, and that we are all good, and therefore the business will run as we intend to. But that's not how human beings are, and that is not how the circumstances that we find ourselves in, are. So every business, irrespective of what you do, even for Our Lady in White who seeks to save lives, she's now become a legitimate target. She has tramadol in her drawer. So somebody will stab her for the keys to get access to the drawer. So when you tell me that at night there's no security, your boss must be sacked. First, for exposing the nurses on duty to danger, but more so also the patients and the medications and the equipment that you have. I believe in dismissal for those who don't deliver. But you cannot plan a business to do a business without thinking about the security part to it. Yeah.
The security.
Right from the beginning.
Right from the
So John and I decide that we want to open a microfinance company. Okay?
the systems that we build into the company must be right from the word go. So anyone who knows somebody who has a microphone knows that almost all the clinical have a Ghanaian Nigerian, Gambian and they have X number of Ghana cards. Okay, so you've got to make sure that you can cross-check and find out the backgrounds of the people that you are dealing with. The second relates to the physical security. All of us as Ghanaians, we just think that we've locked our door, we've closed our louvers, or we've closed our glass windows, and off we go to bed. Okay? I think for a business, in drawing up your plan right from the word go, you need to incorporate the security side. And that is why this morning, the conversation about the cost of security incorporated into businesses, I think, is very key and very important.
I've got one here. Let me give you this.
I think my own works, right? Okay, first let me wade into this security and risk issue. I think the object of security in the business context is to protect, somebody mentioned, assets, the people and information against harm. And that unfolds in many ways. So what our sister Harriet mentioned is an element of that is physical security. And that means issues like unauthorized access. How do you prevent that? So you need to secure the door, as you mentioned, but you also need surveillance cameras to prevent unwanted people from coming in. Even the electronic system that you use, it tracks where a worker goes, because in terms of information, there are issues that not everyone must have access to. And it also happens in terms of data management, what we call rights. There are documents that if you don't have the appropriate rights, you don't get it. They are all coming out of the security conception. And they go hand in hand, they begin as Prof has said. In terms of risks, you are also looking at the thing with risk is about the objectives not being achieved, negative impact on the attainment of objectives. And so we are looking at identifying and mitigating such factors. And that can be from internal and also external sources. In terms of the trending examples, I am not in industry, so what I may mention may not necessarily be what you are expected to hear. But if you take oil drilling, for example, the platforms, they use lights and that draws fish. And they have perimeters within which you cannot fish. And so much as it's a security issue for them in terms of who comes in from the outside, the space also becomes juicy for fishing. And so artisanal canoes will want to go there to fish. So that's an example. We are also aware of the explosion of explosives somewhere in the western region. Yes. And that means the protective measures were not put in place. We move a lot. When I say we, I mean Kofi Annan Center. We've had instances in Ouagadougou where we were being informed that what we have here as electricity pylons that carries the cables that transmit electricity down south in Bobos de Lasso, the criminals are using salt to melt the metals so that it comes off and they can cause light off or even steal the cables. Recently, we were in Bamako, Mali, and they were telling us there were mining companies in Guinea that bought earth-moving machines from Ghana, and on their way through Burkina to Mali to Guinea, they were attacked by armed robbers, and they lost the property. So it brings in the question of insurance, the question of stability within the environment in which you operate, and so on and so forth. So depending on what you do, business context doesn't remain within the four walls of an organization. It can extend to the operating environment as well.
So, Mr. Banahine, I would like you to take the question. What are some of the key security and risk that are facing businesses face, and for your industry, perhaps, what are some of the key risks that you face in your industry?
All right. So before I go to the question, you need to also understand the area you operate in. Now, it doesn't even matter whether you are in a mining environment or you are in the telecom business or you are in the banking sector. One specific thing you need to look out for is the geographical location of the area where you operate. Because crime is dynamic. And so there's risk within a specific area will differ from a specific area. Even within Accra here, you might live here around Tudu. The risk here is different from the risk at East Legon. And the type of crimes that goes on there will be different from the type of crime that goes on here. So if you don't do an assessment, what we call the risk assessment, to understand the environment in which you operate, through the risk assessment, you can also get historical events that happened. Then you know that this area, these are the type of crimes that goes on here. Then from there, you build your risk profile. Then you put in place the measures, mitigation measures. No matter what you do, crime would happen. But what are you going to do? So you put the mitigation measures. And as my colleagues have said, apart from the physical security, you blend it with electronic security. Now, electronic security can be access control, which he mentioned, where you use the biometric, you can use the CCTV. Inbuilt into the CCTV, you have the intruder alarm detection systems, where anyone who gets closer, the motion picks it up, is sent it to a central control area. And then between the electronic side, you have the operational team, which is a response team. You possibly will have to sectorize them so that they will be closer to the event center. And then immediately they are given the information. They react. Okay, coming back, industry proper work. We have classified 15 risks that we deal with. Number one on the list is illegal mining, what we call illegal mining. Now, I have worked in both open pits and underground settings. In the open pit, when an illegal miner is, it is easier to identify them. Underground is a different environment. Once down there, that is the end. And they come there with explosives. So immediately they enter, it means that you have to shut down. So what we do is that we do not allow you to even get closer before you go underground. So we have the first is illegal mining, second is gold theft, third is employee theft and fraud. We have all the lists and we know the risk involved and we have systems in place that will be able to mitigate those risks. And that is what I'll say. I'm a bit biased when it comes to the environment because I've worked long in the mining environment. So I mostly dwell on the mining side.
Thank you. So he has spoken about integration, but I also would like Prof to talk about how we can integrate, the security functions can be integrated into the various departments, like the HR, the corporate communications, the medics, the nursing department, and all the departments that we have across facilities, that's companies.
So let me come back to what my colleague responded to. The biggest single threat to any company is the human resource. You can put in the most sophisticated equipment, but the human input is the most important. So I'm now dealing with a major case in a security institution where major theft has taken place. Okay? Tiles worth hundreds of thousands of dollars have been stolen. Toilet bowls, the works. Okay? And those who were involved in that theft came from the very top. So you can put in all the systems and the measures from HR to IT to finance to whatever. If you don't check the history of your human resource, occasionally do audits, background checks of who their networks are, the interrelationships and the overlaps, we are joking. 67 to more percent of all infiltrations into companies in Ghana come from the human resource side. We sell the information to our competitors. We steal the software. The intelligence around the company is shared. I mean, if I tell people to describe what happened between here and the dining room and what happened there and back, I don't think most people will be able to do it. The level of security consciousness in our businesses is almost zero. So even for a Ministry of Defense institution, there are no incident report cards. So in the case I'm talking about, okay, when the thefts were recognized by junior staff and reported, as at today that we are talking about, the head of security cannot prove nor demonstrate what has been stolen. Now, either it is a networked crime in which people at different categories and levels of position decided to overlook the theft and to share the proceeds, or there's something else. Okay, so for me, the human factor is key. But it's not just that. As we've just respect to each other, routine, unscheduled checks. Look, we all know that were we to send 10 people here to different banks to take $500,000 each, probably half of you will also be attacked. And I've always said this. Whenever it happens, it means there's a leakage from within the bank. The thieves out there don't have the psychological training and the capacity to know that when we are behaving in a certain way, coming from a bank, then we've taken 500,000 cedis. It's an inside leakage. Okay? But once more, there's a discomfort about talking to you and saying, look, we'll do a random check on John's laptop. We'll do a random check. John spoke about surveillance. But we also know that CCTV cameras in most companies are switched off when major thefts take place.
True.
Or when they play the tape, it's empty. It is the same that almost 40,000 rounds of ammunition is lost from the Ghana Armed Forces. And they claim they've given it to national security. National security does not do operations. So where are the bullets? Are we surprised Boko is taking place? And other acts of violence appear to happen. We are those in the mines. We are one of the single largest importers of industrial explosives on this continent. But John will tell you, levels of theft of explosives is mind-boggling. We find them in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. That probably we are funding the violence out of stockpile leakages from this country. So putting in the systems are good, but checking our backgrounds and consistently doing routine checks what our networks are is much more important. Much.
So, with what you said, it means that whatever security breaches that we are facing sometimes even comes from the top. So then I would like to ask, I want you to take the question and then we'll pass it on to the rest of the team. What role does the executive level, the team members, executive team, have to play in ensuring that security becomes a culture in the institutions we find ourselves?
Leadership is a style and a calling. You can learn leadership in school, get the highest degree, but if you are not an individual with integrity, driven by a desire to build a world-class institution in which processes and mechanisms work, sitting on that executive is useless. And a lot earlier on, I think Jemima was talking about this case in here. We know of institutions where sexual harassment, gender-based violence are perpetrated by the very top. But because human resources weak, on the committee examining these cases, known perpetrators sit on the committee. Okay, so security protections for our female colleagues are flouted and broken by those at the very top. If you go to any big company where they have a fancy gate which has become, architectural monuments in this country, forgetting that the gate doesn't contribute to our performance. The boss is hardly checked. They salute and they wave you through. Okay? We don't know what's in the car, whether it's explosives, whether he's looted some money. Okay, so our very notions of what security is does not apply to the big man or the big woman. It's up to that senior executive member to insist that you check my car. So let me share a personal experience with you. At my office, an Uber is not supposed to enter the place. So about 3 weeks ago, I think that the last Friday, that was a holiday, I went to the office with an Uber. So I was told to stop and walk to my office, which is quite far from the gate. I slipped and hurt my knee and called another Uber. And this gate man said, no, the Uber is not allowed, so whether it's your knee or not, come down. So when I got to the gate, I asked him, congratulations. But you also know that a couple of months ago, all these lists of thefts took place here. How come you didn't apply the law? So on the Monday, I went to the office and made a formal complaint and insisted there's an investigation. So my workplace is burning now. But we must always insist that the law is applied consistently and throughout, irrespective of who you are.
So I would like you to take the same question again. How does it apply at your place? How are the executives ensuring that security and risk management becomes a culture for every staff member?
All right, thank you. Our place is quite different. We have a very good structural approach. So I sit here, I report to the head of security for the Africa business. I used to work with him under the Africa business unit, and then we report into corporate. Now, at our workplace, some of our colleagues are here. It doesn't matter who you are. You go through the same process. So if you're coming out, let's say the process plant where we process the good, have baggage scanners that you see at the airport. So whatever is on you, your boots that you wear, your belt, your spectacle, your ID card, no matter who you are, even if the CEO comes in, he goes through that same process. We search you, and you walk through a scanner yourself before you get out. So the processes are clear. Now, if you are the boss, let's say where I'm coming from, and you decide not to go through it, the procedure is there, and that is dismissal. It doesn't matter who you are. So our systems are such that it works. So in the mining environment, security are respected. We say that a security guard on duty is the face of the business and is carrying the weight of the CEO. So whoever is approaching that security guard must respect the security guard. And we give them even body-worn cameras. So if you approach them and you misbehave towards them, the camera will record. It goes into the control room, we investigate it. It doesn't matter who you are. But in terms of the integration, now we support the HR team in terms of background check and a lifestyle check. So before they recruit, when you submit your CV and you go through the interview, your profile comes to me. We have an outsourced company. It is not internal. That goes into your background, the schools you've attended, your lifestyle, and everything that we do it before we even proceed to the next phase. And that information is given to the HR. What we mostly do is that in the industry, people commit offenses, they are dismissed, and they are not taken to the police. So when you go and check the fingerprint, it will tell you the person hasn't committed any offense. But when you do the lifestyle check, through his acquaintances, you will know the person you want to hire. And that is the red flag. There are people in certain critical areas where we do voice stress analysis test. And that we use a computerized system. So people we give 2 years fixed term contract. What we do is that when your contract expires, before we renew it, you go through it. So if we have the slightest belief that you might be involved or you know something that you are hiding, based on that, your contract has expired, we part ways with you. In terms of IT, most of our systems in terms of electronic security, they provide the data center for us, and we tap on the IP addresses to connect to our systems. So our relationship is very strong. There are other departments that we help. And so, I can mention a lot of them, that we work together to ensure that our security is top-notch. And we work collaboratively. On a monthly basis, we have a multi-stakeholder meeting where all the department will come and tell us, these are our requirements, this is what we want you to do for us. And then based on that, we put the priorities there and we solve their problems step by step.
Wonderful. Wow. Doc, so lately we have been introduced to a lot of digital transformation. One thing that is explosive. I have a little boy, 4-year-old at home. I was telling him, Mommy, AI. What do you mean by AI? What do you know by AI? But because he is able to pick the phone and press a microphone and request that turn on data, and data will be turned on for him. He knows AI, Siri. So how are we ensuring that with the onset of digital transformation, businesses are safe? How do we also ensure that in as much as we want to keep ourselves and our businesses safe, we don't impede on the innovative mindset of our staff?
Okay, I think a lot has gone on and I need to make an input. So save that question and you'll come back. On a lighter note, risk mitigation protocols of the company manning the PA should have been to change the batteries.
The batteries before we sat down, true.
So that we ensure business continuity. But that's just on a lighter note. But also where I work, there is this saying that an elephant was killed and the community was asked members of the community were asked to come and take their share. And depending on which side you take, you use it to describe what the elephant is. this is my boss, my former boss. So he sees more than I do. But at the level where I work, I manage a lot of security sector programs in the sub-region, in the West and Central Africa. And we go out in terms of research, we go out in terms of organizing training, we go out, when I say out, within Ghana and also out of the country to organize events. There are protocols that we need to conform to, especially when we are going out with high-profile people. Because when you are out there and there's a problem, you will be asked whether you actually complied with those protocols. A typical example, last June, we were in Bamako to organize training on counterterrorism for Malians, the extreme violence in that country. We had written to the government 6 months ahead that this is what we are coming to do. They agreed, responded, and even quoted our subject line, which mentions what we were coming to do. We went there, they received the Minister for Religious Affairs and Culture actually received us in his office, promised to come and open the course the next Monday. So we prepared and went. First day, everything was smooth. On the morning of the second day, an instruction from the government of Mali says we should stop the training. What do you do? At that point, that was when we remembered, let me put it this way. Because we wrote to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here to let our mission help us, our presence there was official. So when it happened, they now had to help us secure an appointment with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Mali. We were also through Prof's assistance to get in touch with the government special envoy on the Alliance of Sahel States and the Accra Initiative. And together they put pressure whilst we work on the ground. Over 2 days we managed to resolve that. If we had not followed those protocols, it would have become evident that we were there improperly. And for that matter, even the mission would have been limited in the kind of assistance that they could provide to us. But because we followed, it became seamless and we managed to continue with the course. So protocols are important because if you feel they can affect your ability to finish the course that we actually wanted to do and organize. And that is how rigorous our processes can be. On the question of AI, when it comes to conventional warfare,
and sorry to cut you, we can add in the cybersecurity space, especially in Ghana, where we see a lot of issues. You create your website, and the following day, another person has created the same website for you. You post something on Facebook, another person has posted that same thing on a different Facebook page, which is assumed to be yours.
So on the question of AI and cybersecurity, because we are in the peace and security sector, I begin with conventional warfare. And that also has its protocols. There are things you can do and things you cannot do, even in warfare. If you remember the Geneva Convention, it protects innocent civilians, communities, civilian population generally, and the infrastructure that supports life within these communities. So if you are fighting against a known enemy and you stray into this, you are actually perpetrating war crime and you could be cited for that. Now the question is, what is the infrastructure that supports life in civilian populations? These are your transport services, your banking services, your water services, and so on and so forth. When you come to cybersecurity, these are referred to as critical infrastructure, and anybody can attack it. So we are in a space where technology is redrawing the rules of warfare by legitimizing what you cannot ordinarily do when there is a conflict. And so the discussion over there is towards how do you address this issue. Now, most companies, what they do is, one of the examples in terms of activities that they implement will be to ensure that there are security patches to their, electronic infrastructure. And so when you hear, let's say, Microsoft announcing new patches, it's a way of strengthening the resilience of the infrastructure. If you don't make that provision and you don't update or respond, you are making yourself vulnerable, and you are susceptible to all sorts of attacks. So, and even some of the insurance companies, they look at the status of your electronic security infrastructure in determining the premium that you are going to pay. So most of these agencies, they are interested in even looking at the assessment criteria from such insurance agencies and matching it so that they can pay less, or their costs will be affordable. Some even hired what they call the ethical hackers. Even hackers, there are ethical ones. So they will come and audit your infrastructure for you, and so on and so forth. So a lot is going on to mitigate situation in which your website will get lost. There is this guy called Woody Meyer. He used to be on YouTube.
Yes, on
and
Facebook.
then strayed into Ghanaian politics. By the time he woke up, the account was gone. So he had to start all over again from another platform. So these are there, but you need to. There are also, mitigation measures that you need to take in terms of the impact on what you are trying to do. If you don't do that, then you are gone.
So you mentioned something, putting in infrastructure to ensure that your cyberspace is protected. So, Prof, I would like to ask, so for some of us, anything that we ask for, they will ask you, what is the ROI, return on investment for what you are asking for? So then if we are putting together a risk, let's say register, and I'm saying risk register because at my place we call it risk register. And I'm laughing because I haven't put together mine for the last 6 months. And the audit team is always on my neck. So it's number one on my board when you enter my office. Risk register to be completed, and I keep changing the dates. It's quite funny. But how do we measure the return on investment for the risk management tools that we put together in our businesses? And that is our last question. So when Prof takes it, we can also decide to take it, and then we take questions from the audience.
So Mary, thank you very much. Let me go back to something that Desmond said. Okay. Desmond started by telling us what he does. Legal artisanal gold mining in Ghana cost this country $2 billion. Most of that money is used to fund violent extremist organizations in Europe. Business has now become war. That is an old frontier. It's now transmogrified and it's become something else. Desmond's business spews transnational organized crime groups. There are 2 Chinese armed militia groups guarding illicit mines. But it raises fundamental questions, because I want to refer to 3 documents. How many of you have heard of the National Security Strategy document? How many of you have read it? It's downloadable, National Security Strategy 2020. The second is Act 1030, the Security and Intelligence Services Act. The third is Act 1040, the Signals Bureau Act, where our brother Boahene has bought 27 houses out of the money that he ought to have used to protect us. Now, a combination of those 3 documents and what it enjoins us to do should not allow people to steal Desmond's gold. Desmond does not get access to the gold, but others do. So it raises fundamental questions as to how 2 communities could exist in this country. In Krane, Abrewa, 10,000 people own electricity system own water system, purification systems, and the gold goes out. Accra Dollar Power, okay, about 40,000 people, a whole community by itself. Now, it raises fundamental questions that we have intelligence institutions, the armed forces, the Ghana Police Service, customs, immigration, forestry. But petty criminals can run rings around us. So the cybersecurity problem is so complicated that we are clueless. And once more, I'll come back to the human factor. People don't want to work because it benefits their pockets. And we are not bold enough to sack people. Therein lies the reason why all your businesses in the next 2 to 3 years will become more attacked. I haven't spoken about the cyber hygiene yet. Okay, but we are all not practicing cyber hygiene. We are not investing enough to protect our companies, our systems, our personnel. And please, none of us should play Robin Hood. If you get arrested, we won't pay 1 penny for you.
Robin Hood.
Okay, you are not saving anybody's lives. We are far from being secure. The rhetoric is fantastic. We like to praise ourselves, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
Thank you. The room is quiet. It's amazing.
Are they sleeping?
They are not sleeping. We are shocked. We are amazed at what we are yet to face in the next few years if we don't turn things around. So on that note, any questions for our team? 2 questions. And then after the 2 questions, if you have any question, please write it down, pass it on to the organizers. We'll have the team members answer you. So the first question goes to this lady.
Okay, thank you very much. I must say that my last visit to Takwa, one of the mining companies there, I noticed that on site, their street lights were all off. And it even applies to some of the oil and gas companies. When you go into their, their plants or on the way to their plant, most of their security, their street lights is off. And you ask the question, and they say, they cannot beat around the bush. Nobody is fixing it. And this is, we cannot keep a blind eye to it and say that this is not a security, problem or challenge. And it looks like it runs across. Please, what are we doing about that?
All right, so let's take the next question so that we know the 2 questions are with us. Then we run through that. So who's going to be the next person to go, please? Thank God, 1 question alone. Please, you can do the answering.
Fortunately for me, I work at Obuasi. And if you come to our site in the night, we have fenced 23.7 kilometer stretch of our critical facility. And it is all light. Within the 23.7 kilometer, you have forests in between to comply with the EPA procedures. Along this stretch, we have 255 cameras to ensure that we monitor whatever goes on. So it would depend on the company you visited. So I would wish that maybe you visit Obuasi in the night.
The question is beyond your enclave.
Exactly.
What happens there? Because you've protected your enclave. But then what about the citizens outside your enclave?
Okay,
on
so
whose land you are mining?
Okay, so when you are into the crime risk management, what we do what we call the situational crime risk management. What measures I will put in place, because criminals, you cannot change them. Unlike safety, where you speak to the heart and minds of your employees for them to change. Criminals, that is their field, that is their trade. So what we do is to ensure that we put measures in place to expose them, frustrate them, though they will run to the area where they don't do what we are doing. So that is why I'm saying that from where I am coming from, we take these things seriously. And we ensure that they don't come closer. Now, before I land, we are talking about security. It starts from us. As you said, your child can pick your mobile phone and ask Siri, open data. But when you deactivate Siri and your child speaks, Siri will not hear your child. We all have codes or passwords on our phones that we use it to, lock our phones. The homes that we live in, we have the doors, the windows, what we call the burglar proof. That is baseline security. You have your fence line. And depending on the area you live, you possibly put the barbed wire on top. And also maybe add a camera or two. Some of us even have dogs. So it starts from us individuals. So when we are talking of security, it starts with us. When we embed security in our lifestyle and it becomes our way of life, we make the job easier for the security professionals to do. And that is something I want to leave with us, for us to understand that security is something you don't joke with. But most often than not, I did an assessment for someone. It was a consultancy. And when I went, it's a security company. When I went to most of their clients' home, I realized that the security officer was pounding fufu for the landlady. So he has left his post. How can this guy be effective or efficient to protect you? And it's something that we usually do. So I want us to understand that security is an expensive trade, but it starts with us. If we believe that, it will work for all of us. Thank you.
Prof, last words, yes, please.
30 seconds. Put up a street light. We all pay 1% tax to Ghana Electricity Company for street lights. But the Republic of Ghana does not see public lighting as a security input, so it doesn't provide light in public places at night. Okay, so you buy the thing yourself, put it up on a public pole, which is free, doesn't come onto your bill, and at least if you do what Desmond is saying, that adds another thing. Never get a gun. Because most of us, when we see the thief, our hands will shake before you are aware you have shot your madam and your children. And the thief is sitting down. Please, no guns. Street light, barbed wire fence, and then a very decent dog. Don't do a hawakumsi.
Simple.
You see, there are laws around all this. So please go to the police station. Let them read you the laws and the appropriate equipment to buy, and then go for training. Because all these would need a special lockers so children don't get access to them. But talk to the police first.
Final words.
Okay, maybe last. They've said a lot, and I agree with all that they have said. But coming back to your question, light can also be a signal. Especially in a violent area and in the night. Those of us who want to use our phones while driving and all that, you are showing where you are. So that's what I mean by it's a signal. So we need to be aware of it. But it's also security, as Prof said. In the heydays of the Dagon conflict, if you went to Tamale, you will see that all the street lights were on. The idea is to see something, even in the evening. So that is it. But tying it in with what my brother Banahine said much earlier, risk is situational and you need to assess it. Perhaps in the area where you went, the frequency of attacks on installations of mines is not a big deal. And for that matter, it's not a priority of the companies who are there. Be that as it may, as Prof has said, we pay tax, we pay street light levies. And so if we think it's important, we need to target where it's supposed to be. And in this case, the district assemblies could be one of them, and all other factors. I want to end by saying that at the Kofi Annan Center, we do research, we do training, we do dialogues. So seeing business entities here, such conversations must continue. And if you think we can be of help, we are always ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking on the topic integrating security into business operation is Mr. Desmond Banahene, Dr. John Pokuo, and Professor Kwesi Enen. I was your moderator, Mary Lawson, from the Trust Hospital. Thank you. Pokuo without an H. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary Lawson, moderator, and the rest of our panels. Thank you. I mean, obviously, security is you, and we can see that the conversation is really something that you would want to continue. So I'm sure that the next HESS conference, we should be able to have a lot of time allotted to security because it's something that people are really looking out for. All right, so we are quickly going to jump into the next conversation. But quickly, let me check this from all of you so that we can have an agreement that would actually facilitate how we quickly finish this so that we can go for coffee break. We have 2 more sections. Would you agree that we should quickly finish the 2 sections and then we go for coffee break, which will allow us the time to socialize, and then from there we can go back to our various homes? Or would you want us to do this very next panel section and we go for the coffee break? Which one would you choose, please? Would you do the 2? Do you all agree? Thank you very much. A round of applause for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so our next panel discussion is going to be empowering safety professionals through training and development. And I'm going to introduce our panelists. And I'd like to start first with Engineer Raj Abdullah, who happens to be the QHSSE Manager, Counseling Psychologist. I hope I mentioned the name right. Raji. Is it Raji? All right, so Raji, thank you very much. Let me move on to the next panelist. She happens to be the HSE Manager for Cummins Ghana Limited, Florence Asibi Amwatin. Moderating next session, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the Health and Safety Officer for Abosso Goldfields, Eunice Ahimfua Basao.
The topic for focus is empowering safety professionals through training and development. During the panel discussion on return on investment, I think Prince ended on a very interesting note, and I would want to start from there. He said that return on investment depends on the maturity of an organization, but it depends more on safety professionals and their competence. And it struck me because that's what we are going to discuss today. So to my noble panelists, Engineer Raji and Florence, you're welcome. So I would want to first of all ask what you think is the importance of developing safety professionals, and that will go to Raji first. Would want to know why we need to develop safety professionals, or what you think is important on developing safety professionals.
Thank you, and good afternoon to all. What do I think is important to develop safety professionals? I tell people that, gone are the days where safety was more of a policemanship or more of people trying to do something to represent something. In current day and where we find ourselves today, safety is a way of life, and safety should be part and parcel of your day-to-day activity you do. Just like Prof and the team that just left here spoke about the security, safety is part of security. So when you are secured or when you are safe, then you are secured. So I will tie it in by saying that safety is not just is no longer for the books or for the showmanship, but it should be a culture that we will adapt, and then we should be conscious of it to make sure that we are not just doing it because we want to do it, or we are not just doing it to tick our books, but we are actually doing it to make sure that we are saving life and then protecting properties.
Okay, thank you. So we need to do it so that we save lives and protect properties. So just on that, Florence, would you want to touch a bit on that quickly? And then you would take a question for me on what you think are the effective training models, or what an organization should look at when we want to develop safety professionals.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Just to touch on, based on what Raj just said, gone were the days we used to practice safety 20 years back by just, monitoring, being so eye on, kind of wear your PPE, do that and do that. The trends are changing day in, day out. We have a global dynamic environment, so we need to adapt to that. In every organization, we have training matrices that they usually prepare beginning of the year, depending on where your company beginning of year starts from. Some start from July, some start from January. It depends on where you work and how you want to do it. So the matrix determines the kind of trainees, and those trainees determine your scope of work in the organization. I definitely will not do a matrix for a training in the mines when I work offshore. It's totally different. So it determines the scope of your work activity, determine the kind of metrics and the kind of training you need to give to your employees for that particular year. So for every organization and every HSC professional, it is our responsibility to determine the type of training that will make people more competent on the job, being aware of their health and safety aspect in the operation.
Okay, thank you, Florence. So going to Raji, she mentioned training matrix for organizations. Would you want us to look at, we would want to look at leadership and where she ended on training matrix. What role does leadership play in developing this training matrix or determining the training needs of an organization?
Thank you. It is actually critical because I have seen some institutions where we do training for the purpose of training's sake. We do training because, it's January and let's roll out trainings. We don't really do something like a survey or something like a questionnaire to find out what the gaps are, who is lacking what, who needs to do what. They say, it's fire training across. It's first aid across board. It's defensive driving across board. We need to identify the gaps. We need to see what is needed. We need to see who needs what. We need to see who understands or who is lacking what. And as leadership, we also need to engage, our subordinates or our colleagues, our workers, just to understand what. It's taking my mind back to the mental health discussion that Dr. Ako was talking about. And sometimes you just need to approach them, speak to them, understand what they need to be able to give us something. You don't just give us something on a blank check because there is the need to do that. Maybe somebody is not good with first aid. Somebody is scared of bruises or laceration or blood, and you tell the person to go and do first aid, and somebody gets injured and he's the only first aider on site. Who is going to treat who? He sees the blood and he collapses. You are going to get casualty. So it's always good to identify what they need and what they can or what they are good at to be able to let them, proceed in terms of as leadership and in terms of the organization to understand what is needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, and identifying the gaps, I think you mentioned first aid, you mentioned fire training. Florence, what are some of the other trainings that could be lacking in an organization? I'm not talking about just the organization. Now we are looking at our safety professionals. So for safety professionals, maybe someone is an industry lead here. They don't even know where to start from. If I need to develop my safety professionals, in what direction am I supposed to develop them? Do you have any examples in mind? Anything that you think could be a critical component of what a safety professional should be made up of in terms of their training and development?
Right. So I think first of all, if you want to or you are into the safety industry, you should have a mentor, right? Number one key thing. Else your focus, your direction will be diverted. You will not know what you're doing. You just be in the industry, but what you're doing may not be really the right path, right? I was just talking to a few colleagues during the break, and I was just, I think a colleague was telling me that nowadays, most of the safety professionals, they want to fly. They come into the industry, they do a lead auditor, and they certify themselves as auditors. I didn't get it like that. It took me close to 5 years to beg some people in the industry to follow them to audit, to observe audit for a period of at least 4 years before I was approved as an auditor. I didn't finish a lead auditor and become an auditor, right? First of all. Then the second thing you have to do is to know your strength. You are coming into the safety industry. There's so many paths in the safety industry. Some are psychological safety experts. Some are key in auditing. Some are mental health and safety practitioners. There are so many areas. Where is your expertise? Where are you driving to? Because at the end of the day, you cannot know it all. You cannot say you are there, you are here, you are here. You are not a Captain Planet. This is how I put it. So you need to know where you are heading towards. You need to determine your focus area. I want to go into auditing. Okay, I have Joanne, I have Ishmael. They're good in auditing. Let me just talk to them. So when you're able to determine the path you want to go, that is where you know the courses you can start with. But for me, I always say, don't start with a NEBOSH diploma. Then you struggle for 4 years to achieve the certificate. Sometimes some will call you and say, I'm still struggling. They failed me the first time. Start gradually. IOSH managing safely. Get to understand the concept. Get to understand the basics, right? NEBOSH, IGC. Get to understand the basics. You develop step by step. You just don't jump from one point to the other. So for professionals, I'll say the safety profession is not as easy as most people may sit aside and see it. And like Raj said, it's no longer like the policing type of safety. You have to be strategic. So I sit in the comfort of my office and I have a technician working in the mines. Because I've been on the field for more than 10 years, he's complaining about his situation. I can understand because I have been there. I've been on the pit. I've been inside the pit. I have been on the floor there. So I can relate and I'll be able to find solution to what he's talking about. But I can't just finish a NEBOSH IGC and want to be a manager. If the people working with you bring a complaint, how do you understand it without being on the ground floor before? So it's just the same as taking trainings. You start step by step. You do maybe IOSH managing safely. Then you gradually build. You don't just get up, start into safety 6 months, you want to take 20,000 Ghana cedis as your net home. It doesn't work like that. You have to build a career, and you build a career systematically.
Okay, so on build CPD, continuing professional development. Again, since you ended on that note, I would want you to continue on that for me. What is it? Because some of us are starting young. We want to know what it is. What's the importance? Why do we need to build that? What's CPD? Please touch on that for us.
Yeah, so I think what I said earlier was more of CPD, right? Continuous professional development. In a nutshell, I say you don't start a 6-month course and want to become a manager. So in IOSH, to charter, we have what is called the CPD. And if you don't go through it, you cannot charter. There's no way you can dodge that path. So you need to go through the process. So you can start a NEBOSH diploma, and because maybe IQ is so sharp, you pass. and you don't have any experience and you can chatter. I bet you that. Because at the end of the day, you need to provide evidences, you need to work, you need to have fact of things that you have done on the ground practically. You cannot just get up and provide things that you have no idea about and IOSH will chatter you. It doesn't work like that. So for me, and I always say, there are sometimes certain programs you call me and a certain topic you ask me to talk on and I'll reject it because I don't have much knowledge on it. I'm not an industry player in that area. I may be a safety expert, but I'm not an expert in all industry. I've worked in mines, construction, offshore, but if you bring me anything marine, I will be lost. So I will not take such a task where I'll confuse people. I need to be able to get people to understand the right thing, but not because of getting my name or anything, I will sit on that platform. So I'm very selective in places I go. I'm very selective in what I speak on. And I think in developing your CPD, you should know how to build that path for yourself. It takes you higher. You may not see it. You don't need to be looking back. Just be building it gradually. Before you say, Jack, you are there. We are all not there yet. We are all looking up, getting there someday. But with a gradual step, like a tortoise, he's very sure of where he's going. He's slow, but no matter the number of years, he definitely will get there. So for CPD, I think that's the best path and the best way I can encourage anyone to go through.
Okay, thank you so much, Florence. So let's go to Engineer Raj. You know, sometimes we are building a career, but you don't take note of certain things. Someone could ask you certain questions on what you've done in the last 5 years, and you turn your mind back and you realize you've not been taking note of your own career achievements. How do I practically build a good CPD for myself?
Thank you. To build a CPD is like it goes continuous professional development. Is for you as an individual to first of all identify yourself, know where your strengths are and know where your weaknesses are. If your strength is in certain direction, try to build more on that. Get materials on that and read. Try to learn new things in that area. And then the area that your strength is very weak, do more courses rather in that field, especially if you are in an industry where I find myself right now, which is construction. You try to learn things that you are not too strong in, and then get people who are already in that field, who are advanced, and engage with them. Try to learn from people, or get mentorship for somebody to mentor you or for somebody to coach you if you have challenge. In the last few months or so, I've not really been stable, but my WhatsApp line is open 24. In fact, somebody on a different side can send me a message asking me a question on, this is what we have on site, what should we do? My small one kobo knowledge, I put something together, I share, and then I'll either call, we discuss it, and then we see the way forward. That is how to build. As I'm also assisting, I'm also building my own self. I'm also learning more. I'm also, improving in my capacity or in my area and my field. If it is something I don't know, like my colleague Florence said, I will tell you straight up, I don't know. Let me go and read about this. I'll come back to you. If we want to always do magic and then, do acrobatics, sometimes the truth is that whether you like it or not, I don't want to use a certain word, but the truth will expose you. Let me use that word. The truth will expose you, whether you like it or not. And the painful part is that if you get people who are in the same field, who understand what you are doing and see you are doing it wrong, they sit back and look at you and laugh at you. You will not get people coming up to you to tell you that maybe do it this way or do it that way. So I believe everybody, we are all not there. It's a work in progress. And like the word goes, CPD, continuous improvement. We should continue to improve, especially in our areas that it's a weak part of our career. For the young ones, because you spoke about young ones, for the young ones, get somebody to mentor you. Get somebody to encourage you. get somebody you know that, okay, if I should speak to this person, I can be able to get an information out of the person. If the person doesn't have that information, maybe the person will tell you, I'll come back to you, I'll get back to you, or let me do 1 or 2 reading or 1 or 2 research and I'll come back to you. With that, you also be able to build yourself. If we are going in terms of career, like our sister said, both IOSH, ASSP, BSCP, all those institutions, if you don't, in fact, right now even IRSM, if you don't do CPD, you don't get to promoted to the next level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, for those of us who do not know, Florence is the first female chartered IOSH member, right, in Ghana. And so, I would want to ask you this. Some of the international certifications, we know of the NEBOSH, the IOSH, people want to attain fellowship in some of these institutions. How important are these international certifications to an organization? Because, you know, some organizations would want to invest in their safety professionals. And when they are thinking, people recommend some of these certifications. If I'm a leader in an organization, how would you convince me that it is important that the safety professionals within the organization get some of these international certifications?
Right, thank you. So, yeah, in the last few years in this profession, right, I have encountered a lot of people, especially women, who want to go into the profession. And, you know, some come with their own qualifications. They've gone to do courses. And when you ask for the certificate, you don't even know the school. You don't even know the credential. Then I ask, and this is what I always say, whatever training you want to take, I am particular about that. I read about the institution, I read about the trainer. If I see the trainer has no experience on the job, he's just, he's not been there, like he doesn't have the experience to talk over what he's training on, I will not attend it. So I'm very particular about the kind of courses we do. And in Ghana, we have so much, the country is flooded with a lot of agency training all over the place. It's flooded. If you don't take time, some are even 150 cities, you get a training and they say international this, that. You know, I've been so mute for the past few years because I'm getting lost in this. I'm like, what is happening? Everybody wants to fly. And then they are not selective in the areas of their development. You want to do a course, but you want to just do the course that you can easily pass and the one that is cheaper. And cheap things are costly. Let me put it that way. So the first thing is, like Raj said, you need a mentor who will guide you to do the right courses. You want to be recognized globally, then you have to go globally. But you just don't go globally. You do a course, you go to the United Kingdom, and some of the schools is just somebody's hall. He just created a school. But we'll be here, oh, it's international school, it's in the UK, it's here. But you will later get to realize that it's just a credential that has no value. And you don't waste your energy, your resource, your learning time on a program that will not sell, right? Because you are doing the course, first of all, because you want to earn a career, you want to sell, you want to be competitive in the industry, you want to be recognized. But if you don't do the right courses with the right bodies, then you will just be diverting. You think you are building yourself, but in a very wrong way. So yeah, there are courses like the NEBOSH, the courses like with IOSH, they have categories of IOSH courses, British Safety Council. We have a lot of programs, but you always have to have do a research around the program. And then you have to learn about the program. If I want to become a certified safety professional, which is a United States link body, what course can I do to get certified to write that exams? They don't just certify anybody. You know that. It's not just any level 6 diploma course that they will qualify you to sit for that exams. Likewise, IOSH, they have specification of courses that they accept before they can say, okay, we're promoting you to maybe a tech IOSH, a graduate IOSH, and then finally maybe a chartered IOSH. The process goes that way. And that is why you should, they will not jump you to a chartered member like that. You have to start somewhere. And that is why I say starting from IOSH managing safely, you build it, you go to level 3, maybe a NEBOSH IGC, then you go to level 6, a NEBOSH international diploma, then you build that career up. Then maybe level 7, right? So when you get there, then you know that, okay, the basic understanding what is a hazard, what is a risk, and those things, they are on your fingertips. Then you are going higher level, right? You get to understand what is happening and how you can use your brain to write the exams without necessarily chewing it in your head because you didn't start from the ground and you want to pass a level 6 international diploma. So when you get there, you are able to complete this, you have some work evidences, then you are good to go. Then I think you and I can be on the same level as chartered member.
Florence is saying that there are too many certifications flying all over. It's the pressure. There's pressure all over. You see someone write their name, Florence Esibi Amwatin, CM IOSH, CF IOSH, CF this, BSP. I mean, it's all over the place. And we can't help it. But I think, just as you said, we need to shift our focus to where exactly we want to be, because we cannot get every certification in this world as HSE professionals. We need to be focused people. We need to know our area of strength, our area of weaknesses. Who are we even looking up to? What do we intend to achieve in the end? Someone wants to build a career around every area of HSE. You are into emergency, you are into industrial hygiene, you are into safety operations, you are into systems management, you are into risk management, you are into petroleum, you are into mining. I mean, it's not that easy. Okay, Engineer Raj, I would want to find out, we've seen a lot of international certifications. In the local space, what do we also have? And then I know you are into GISEP. What do we have to make the local certifications also attractive so that we wouldn't be rushing after all these numerous international certifications?
Thank you. Because you mentioned GISEP, when my colleague Flores was talking about this certification thing, it took my mind back. Forgive me, let me just say something small here before I come to you. So I've been a graduate member of IOSH since 2014, 2015. I've not moved from there to chartered. And people who I have mentored or I have trained, etc. And now everybody is coming with the CM IOSH. I keep looking at it and I'll smile. So when she said it, I was just like, well, I really don't see as much as it's important, unfortunately in Ghana here, so to your question, in Ghana here, our institutions usually they don't appreciate those, especially our local, what do you call it, credentials or our local institutions, apart from maybe Ghana Institute of Engineers or Institute of Engineers Ghana, and then let's say the ACCA Ghana, those ones are being appreciated. And then let's say the ACCA Ghana, those ones are being appreciated. If you even say you are Ghana Institute of, even tell you that what is GISEP, they've not heard of GISEP. Who is GISEP? So, as much as it is very much important to promote ours, let's also, as HSC professionals or practitioners, try to work together to build our own. This institution or these small training guys or people organizing training, I try building. In fact, because if you go to the GISEP website, it's my phone number that is on the GISEP website. So I'm more like the contact person for GISEP. 2 days ago, I had somebody calling me from Sunyani also, wants to do a course in GISEP, wants to know which institution should they go to, because they went online, they saw the WSHO, they saw EBEX, they saw this, they saw this. I said, well, these 4 you've mentioned, all accredited, and yes, I vouch for them. But other ones you are mentioning, I would not be able to vouch for them. By that, I am promoting our own. I am promoting Ghana. But unfortunately, because we don't have institution that give the accreditation locally, apart from the accreditation board, which also we are still, as Guy said, we are still engaging them to get that accreditation for them to be able to give the accreditation locally. Currently in GISEP, apart from the graduate member of GISEP, the only members or the only credentials we have is the fellow, for those of us who have been around for a while or who have mentored people and have run. And we have a process of also going through that. So I will encourage most of us who are not members of GISEP should speak to either Damwa, or you can always call on me. We can talk about that. Encourage people to come so that we can also build Made in Ghana. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So my final question, and both of you could look at it, is, now we've talked about how we can build our career, how we should focus on some trainings and all that. If we would want to, again, convince our leadership in organizations, professionals can help the organization. How do we convince
so between 2010 and 2014,
everything is fine. Nobody sees what I'm doing
on how developing.
Oh, where is she? What is she doing? We don't even see what time. And I said, nobody appreciates you as a safety professional until an issue, major injury, until there's a heavy spillage. The safety profession, I remember some years back in an organization I work for, I said, everything is fine. Nobody sees what I'm doing until there's an issue. Then, hey, oh, where is she? What is she doing? We don't even see what she's doing. You know, that kind of comment. And I think most of us do have encountered that more times. And I said, nobody appreciates you as a safety professional until an issue happens, until there's a major injury, until there's a heavy spillage, until that issue that you have to tackle comes in. That is where they begin to remember there's somebody at the corner there, and every day she's shouting for this, for that. And, I always advise that if you get your company reputation protected, employee morale boosted, right? Also ensuring that your finances are intact. You have to take safety serious. Because day in, day out, if employee come to work in a department of 15 people, I come to work every day, somebody's injured. The next one going to work the following day is thinking, could it be my turn? And when he comes, his over carefulness in doing the work will lower your productivity. It is constant. So if you don't put safety measures right to boost the employees' morale in executing their work, at the end of the day, you will think you are playing a smart game, but you are actually reducing your productivity in a different manner. And employees also talk, right? They talk a lot. When an issue happens, everybody knows everything, right? When there's a safety incident, everybody knows what you should have done and what you should not have done, right? And we always work hard. No safety professional want to be there. It's the embarrassing moment for every safety professional. You will put in every measure to make sure things work right. But you have people say, I've worked here for 20 years. This has been my profession for 30 years. Some on you. But when an issue, by what you preach or by what you advise top management to. So mine is not give the money out. We are not financing members. So we invest a lot. Our investment, I think in last session they spoke about adding value to the company by what you preach or by what you advise top management to do. Yours is to keep talking. The money, we do not give the money out. We are not finance people, but we are protecting employees to keep the company coffers. So we invest a lot. Our investment is really, it can be counted, but until something happens, that is where we are appreciated, or that is where we are recognized.
Okay, thank you, Florence. I know a safety manager somewhere who said he wanted all his safety professionals to chartered IOSH certified, chartered members of IOSH. These certifications are very expensive. Yes, so to engineer, just again on it. Why would an organization want to invest that much in individuals who are their safety professionals? And again, if you have been investing in some of these professionals, have helped the organization, well, you could even use yourself as an example so that we could learn something from it?
Thank you. Yeah, it is critical, especially when you get the organization trying to build their own employees and then encourage the employees to get to a certain level. If the institution is investing, then it means the leadership or there is something good from top. Now, leadership is concerned. Leadership sees what you are yourself. Leadership sees what you should do once, and in terms of how you can get to a certain standard. Example, then it is few years ago to make sure you also give back to the institution and make sure that you do something or you make sure you do it right. In terms of what you should do and in terms of how you can also give your input, using myself as an example, few years ago there was a company that came to Ghana. I don't know if any of you heard of that, called Aquaterra. Aquaterra was in Ghana between the years of 2005, 2006, even before we started the oil exploration critically. I joined them. They are both offshore and onshore. And for onshore, we do trainings. So between 2010 and 2014, when I worked for Aquaterra, sorry, I was doing the 1 month rotation. So, but every other month I'm onshore, I was joining the training department and involved in training. So we've been training them for SeaWorld, Talo themselves for Modec. We're also doing audit for them, and they were training for dangerous goods and all that. And that is where my strength came from for works at height, confined space, and rigging and lifting. Because Aquaterra was doing that. So month on month when I come back, instead of going home for that 1 month, I was always at work joining these trainings. And at a point, Aquaterra stopped bringing in an expatriate to come and do the training. And I was doing it locally. Way back 2012, I started doing that. So I was also giving back as much as I was taking. And today, even if you wake me up from sleep, anything works at height, confined space entry, or welding of pipelines and all that is on my fingertips. Today, I am happy to say that as much as I am giving back to society by mentoring and encouraging people, whatever I see or wherever I see that there is the need to also impact on somebody's life, because though the company was training me, but some of the courses I did, including the train the trainer, it was some way somehow taken from my salary. So I was being paid, I was paying for it. But at least they have helped me and they have built me up. And today I am who I am.
Okay, thank you so much. So one of the benefits is that the company gets back and they don't need to go in for consultants, right? All right, so do we have any questions from the audience? If we have any questions for Raji, and Florence, we'll take just 2 of them and then we will end.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question. So there are some organizations where they have the training department where we have these trainers not going to the field. So they are always doing the training, and when it comes to details pertaining to the ground, they have absolutely no idea. And we have the safety officers who are on the ground, seeing the details, the nitty-gritty, being with the guys, signing the JHA, and then all that. How do we integrate this so that I'm being scheduled to go for a confined space training? I go there, I come back, and the gas monitor, I don't even know the type. I can't even determine the kind of sensors, the concentration. I have absolutely no idea. Meanwhile, I have a certificate that I've attended the training. How do we integrate this? Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'll take it up on that. And like I said earlier on my earlier submission, that you know, you start a job and you want to be a manager and you haven't been on the ground. So you cannot explain into details. If you're a manager in the office and then you have never been on the ground and a colleague calls and complains of an issue, you cannot um, understand it well because practically you don't understand. I think that is where you're coming from. You are a trainer, but you don't understand what you're training. And that is why I will not pick a training that I have practically not worked on the ground in that particular training topic. Because in our part of the world, when you're executing a training, you need to be practical. You need to give examples. You need to let the lay person understand what is on the ground. So if you have not been on the ground there and you only learn how to train, how to talk, and then they ask you a practical question from the field, and you find yourself fumbling, then after the training, the evaluation must show that the training didn't go well. You understand? And I'm happy that the ISO clause 45001 clause 7.2, 7.3 talks about competence and awareness. You must be competent and you must be trained as well. So you are not just competent on the job, or you are not just competent to do training and talking. Everybody can look at a slide and be talking through it. But the one who does the training is the one who understands what is on the field, what is on the ground, bringing what is on the ground to the classroom. And without you even being outside there, you can imagine it, you can understand it, you can flow along. But just rattling on a presentation, I think anyone at all can actually do that. And I don't think that is good for any organization to have a trainer who have no understanding on the ground or on the practical aspect of what he's training on. Any organization that does that, when you go back, give them a constructive feedback. Tell them, listen, this is no good. It is taking us nowhere. We have to work, change the model of our training.
Thank you very much. The next one, which is the last question, so that we can move on to our last conversation. Do we have our next question, or should we wrap up with the discussion? Are we all good? All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for yourselves.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. So I thought you were actually driving me away. All right, thank you. So I think my personal take home has been the fact that as safety professionals, we should know that our career development starts from somewhere. If we are young, we should build our career having a vision, having a mentor, having someone groom us, train us on what we need to do. We should have focus areas of development. We shouldn't just go around attaining every certification or every training and development program we see around. We should have an area of focus and then try and then develop ourselves in that area. In organizations, the last bit should include practical training for the people who are going to do some of the trainings that we are looking at. So this has been our panel discussion on empowering safety professionals through training and development. We have had Florence Osibi Amwating, the HESS manager for Cummins, and we have had Engineer Raji Abdullah. And I have been your moderator, Eunice Mwabasa. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eunice, together with your wonderful panelists. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. So that we can finally have our closing keynote address, which will take us only 5 to 10 minutes. I'm sure that he told me that he's going to do it less. So please, just bear with us with the time. Let me quickly introduce our panelists for this one. And the topic is building a strong safety culture and a culture of security awareness. And our panelist, Jennifer Modley, Quality Manager at the Bank Hospital. A round of applause for her. James Bright Beidou, QHSSE Manager, GPMS. A round of applause for him. Clement Micah, Loss Prevention Manager, Accra Marriott Hotel. And then finally, we have Edem Gale, Health and Safety Manager, Ghana Manganese Company Limited. Moderating this section, ladies and gentlemen, is Health and Safety Data Analyst, Anglo Gold Ashanti Obuasi Mine. Justice up here.
Thank you very much. It's going to be brief. I'm just hoping that we can do this within less than 30 minutes. But please, let's stand up. Aren't we tired? Just stretch. Stretch a while. If you have not said hi to someone, please say hi to that person. All on my time. You get it? Please don't take now with one attribute. It can be a thing, can be an object that describes your personality. Anything. Okay, Jennifer would love to go first. An object. Oh, ladies first, Jennifer. Yes. Kindly check if your mic is on.
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. It's absolutely a pleasure to be here. So I'm Jennifer Mudley. I come from South Africa. and I am in Ghana for 3 years, and I've been employed by the Bank Hospital to drive the international accreditation of quality standards. So we're the only hospital in Ghana to have an international accreditation.
Let's give it up to the Bank Hospital. And one object that is synonymous to your personality, just one object.
I won't say an object, but it's a food element. I'm allergic to chicken and eggs, so I don't eat that. And most of the Ghanaian food all have that.
Ensheto, add that. Ensheto. Yes, please. Let's give it up to Jennifer. Let's give it up to Jennifer. Who is taking it next for us? Adam, if you're ready. Adam, you can pick it up for us.
So one thing associated to me, I'll probably say fun loving.
Fun loving. Adam loves fun. Let's give it up to Adam. James Bright Baidu. James. Yeah. Kindly check if the mic is on.
All right. Thank you so much. So, in terms of the object, I would not like to give object, but perhaps adjective would do.
Oh, that's fine.
So that will be result-oriented James Bright Baidu.
Oh,
Thank
beautiful. Results-oriented James Bright Baidu. Thank you. Let's give it up to James. Finally, Clement. Over to you.
My name is Clement Micah. Currently, I'm the loss prevention manager for Marriott Hotel. But before that, I've had the opportunity to work in several institutions, including Guinness Ghana, where I was the security manager. And so I would want to take the opportunity to also introduce or mention Dr. Mwabin. Dr. Mwabin, actually, when I was the security manager, he was the global security manager for Diageo. And I can see him here. Yes, to support me, yes, actually. So that is what I've been doing. And in terms of what I would want to be, I would say an oil palm, because I'm multifaceted, and there are several importance with regards to that.
Beautiful. An oil palm. We have a result-oriented personality. We have chicken and egg, amazingly, and a fun person. Let's give it up to the panel once again. If I don't do that, you sleep. So I don't want you to sleep. So I've captured this conversation, and I love how we are going to end with this because it frames everything we've discussed today. 1, safety culture. 2, security culture. Let's do a reality check before I come to my panelists. How many of us, we went to church on Sunday, let's be honest with ourselves, have changed our personal passwords, not your corporate passwords, in the last 1 year? Hey! Interesting. So let's say like 5 out of the entire number in the room. Okay, beautiful. And interestingly, my second reality check. For us who don't have cars, we pick Trotsky a lot. How do you feel? And you have the ability to speak up when a driver is driving rowdy and when the driver has music turned on and is disturbing everyone. How do you feel? You feel comfortable talking about it? But not everyone. Speak up. Oh boy, nah. For us in the minds, immediately you get in a taxi and you pull out the seatbelt. The first person the question will ask you, it's all over, right? And that is what we are going to talk about. So I've structured the discussion into first framing, compliance versus culture. The safety and the security we are doing, primarily we are doing a majority because of compliance. But would we all agree that culture, if achieved, and a strong safety culture will transcend and yields better than just compliance? And in our individual roles, if you've ever witnessed an instance whereby a culture change happened based on an incident and that influenced a shift in culture or mindset, you can share it with us. I'll start from Clement, then I'll follow through. Clement, over to you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Moderator. Before I think we delve into that, there's the need for us to be able to define what culture is, because I can see that basically we are talking about 3 pointers. We are talking about culture, we are talking about security, and we are talking about safety. And in order for us to understand and post it very well, then there's the need for us to define these 3 factors. So basically, what is culture? How do we define culture? It's the art, customs, and behavior of a group of people, isn't it? Or the way a group of people live. Now, if that is so, we have to understand that we are not born with culture. The way we live, we are not born with it. We grow up, and depending on the situation or the surrounding we find ourselves, we end up emulating a particular culture. And that is what we must be able to understand and try to drive that into security. Then the next question would be, what is the definition for security? I believe that having to be security and safety practitioners, we have several definitions for that, isn't it? But there are academic definitions for security, and there are academic definitions for safety also. So we say security can be defined as the condition of being protected from harm or other non-desirable outcomes caused by intentional human actions or behaviors. So the factor has to do with intentions, right? But safety, on the other hand, can be defined as the condition of being protected from harm or other non-desirable outcomes caused by non-intentional failures, technical or human or organizational factors. So if we understand these three, then we can marry the culture into our security systems, and we can marry the culture into our safety system also. And then we can build it there, and in so doing, we would understand that by doing this, we end up saving ourselves. By doing this, we end up having to meet the compliance aspect that you spoke about. I think that is what I would say.
Thank you very much on that. So I'm going to pick the next one from James. Just on that same tangent, Clement has done justice to framing of the context for the discussion, giving us the breakdown of the explanations. So back to that same question, I want to pick your take on it. The bit on culture. Any incident that has happened, any occurrence that you've witnessed, that you can personally speak to that it brought about a shift in culture.
All right. Thank you, Justice. You know, there are different organizations and their levels of culture. Whether you like it or not, it happens. So let me give a classical example. I got a role for one of the companies. Then I went to the general manager's office, my first day at work. The general manager tells me that, Bright, I've been managing safety for the past 3 years. I have Nebosh IGC. But it was so stressful. So now we need a safety manager. So in that context, how do you perceive the culture of such a top management member? He thinks perhaps safety is just about policing, it's just about getting reports, it's just about forcing compliance. That is his perception. So he believes that at that point, he has the effrontery or the edge to also manage safety from a different perspective. So he doesn't even need a safety manager at all. But because he is stressed, then he needs a safety manager. So getting into that organization, you understand that the dynamics are very low when it comes to safety culture. So you need to improve upon it. How do you get a buy-in? Because if you fail, because the top management approach has been very bad, but if you fail, it means that you are going to have incidents. Incident in the long run, which can lead to fatalities, the indirect cause, just like Joan mentioned, a whole lot. So there are a lot of situations whereby when people are not aligned with good culture, good perspective, the long-term effect becomes devastating. Let me end with one example. One of the companies that I work, we transport products through pipelines. And ideally, we find ourselves in the port environment. So, of course, if you find yourself in the port environment, the conditions are quite different because of the weather conditions, a whole lot. So the probability that your pipelines will decay or perhaps rust in some years will be more. Then you look at the trend of the pipelines. Then you are advised, per my schedule and per the maintenance records that we have, if you don't do this, in the long run, maybe in 2 or 3 years to come, you are going to have this number of incidents. But, at that point, they were reluctant to take the advice. Because, of course, you have a lot of technicalities when it comes to pipeline management. So you can do what is known as a guided wave test to know about the strength of the pipeline. And we failed to do. You know what happened? Less than 3 years, we witnessed a major spillage. And that major spillage that we are witnessing, we are getting a fine of more than $1 million. But imagine the general manager is able to take your advice. I'm sure these incidents and the cost associated would have been prevented in the long run. So that is a classical example of how we can build culture from a perspective whereby you, the safety person, you're able to speak into the minds of the top management so that incidents will be prevented. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jennifer, you are going to pick this one for me with your over 2 decades of experience when it comes to healthcare. Jennifer is smiling. Yes, when it comes to healthcare management and quality management, I believe that we can all agree from the previous conversations the percentage of leadership commitment when it comes to culture change and culture shift. With your experience managing quality, a very pertinent part of health and safety, security, and everything, how would you talk about the influence of leadership in culture shifts when it comes to organizations?
Thank you for the question. It's absolutely imperative. Leadership has to be visible. Leadership must be a model. You cannot ask your staff to do something and you yourself cannot do it. I totally believe it. Every single organization, every single industry, we all are saying the same thing. You know, listening to hospitality, gas and oil, IT, I'm in the health sector. And basically, bottom line, do no harm. We are all saying the same thing. No harm to our staff, no harm to our clients, our patients, our visitors. And I think that's the most important thing when it comes to HESS. It's not just about the environment and our environmental checks. It's also the physical. Today we learned about mental. I mean, I've never included that in our KPIs, you know, in terms of how safe is our staff on duty, managing our patients mentally, physically, and all of that. So I definitely want to say, from a hospital point of view, safety is absolutely priority. If we got safety right, then reputational damages and mitigations and lawsuits will be decreased. And how we do that at the hospital is that we absolutely concentrate on the 6 international patient safety goals. And that is one way of reducing all incidents. So since I've come into the bank hospital over the last 3 years, we've been tracking and trending all our incidents. And we have a group of people that help me with the investigation. So we dive deep down into the root cause, and that gets circulated and communication. So part of leadership and part of communication. So at the executive level, that goes well. At the middle management level, everybody knows what's happening. It's the people on the ground that don't know. And so that is the important bit, and that's a gap for us. You know, we're trying, and now we're saying, you know, with macro induction, micro induction, is this happening? So we've now implemented leadership visibility rounds, where daily we have to go and check that it is documented, staff have read and signed it, so that we all are on the same page. So safety first, do no harm, that's the bank hospital, that's what we live by. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. I would go to Edem on that same tangent on leadership and ownership, in the essence that as a manager leading a safety organization, an organization on the health and safety front, how do you demonstrate leadership when it comes to leadership commitment to the frontline worker who is most exposed to the risk on the field? Because most of times, one thing that we tend to say is that when it comes to management commitment, we think it ends as signing policies and it ends as allocation of budgets. You've seen it. You've argued that there should be more provision for your budget as a safety manager. How do you also demonstrate to the worker, frontline worker, that management is really committed through ensuring that your safety is their utmost priority?
Tough question. So I would first say that yes, so the policy should be there, and then the allocation should be made. But so the interactions, is it that we are just making the funds available and sitting in our offices while the people do the work? Are we spending time with them? Are we understanding their hazards? Are we understanding the risks they are exposed to? Are we actually discussing even the controls that we want to implement? What is the buy-in of these people? Those are for me, some of the ways that the people can actually see that we are actually engaging with them, and then it's more of a win-win situation where we are seeing what they are actually exposed to, and then the controls we are putting in place are actually going to curtail those hazards or risks. So it's more of the interactions and then the visible felt leadership. So that's what I'll say.
Exactly, visible felt leadership. And I think I'll come back to Clement on one of the most important things that we are supposed to live here with. Most of the time in our organization, we rely on forced compliance, right? That is a culture that you need to force someone, you need to police someone before they do their KPIs. Is there? Before for security, they comply to security measures. How do we move to voluntary compliance? How would you, or what are your thoughts on, without just notifying and pushing someone to do their KPIs or their lead activities, to report hazards, to report incidents, to report near misses, and still they are willing to do it voluntarily? How can we cross over from just forced compliance, they knowing that, you need to be forced, to voluntary compliance, whereby they do it voluntarily because it has become imbibed in them as an attitude? Yes, Clement, over to you.
I think we can do that by letting them understand the importance of having to do it and not to be forced on doing it. Now, let me give you a classic example. Where I work, in my department, we have a training coordinator who is also a loss prevention officer. So basically what we did is that we tried to have data, right, as to the past events in the years past and currently what is happening. And so we realized that there was a trend. And so what I did was that I made sure that departmentally, our security coordinator goes to the various departments to actually take them through trainings for them to understand the importance of having to do what we are asking them to do. And by so doing, we realized that they were actually catching up. We're not forcing them. They were doing it willingly. Notwithstanding that, what we also did was that we put in some kind of motivating factors. For instance, in every year in April, we have what we call a security month, where the security department is given budget. And the purpose of the budget is to train all associates. In my what we call staff associate, to train all associates to understand what we do. Because we believe that by letting them understand what we do, it will be easier to take up the risks and then they will follow up. So this coordinator actually won an award from the general manager. He was made the general manager for a day. And so the general manager actually took him through various trainings and what he does as the general manager, and then actually showcased him on LinkedIn and also sent his pictures to the global team, and I had received several congratulatory messages from them. And so I think that by so doing and letting them understand the purpose for which they would have to do, it will be easier for them to do than to force them.
Thank you very much, Clement. And I think that leads me to my next question. We can't have a conversation on safety culture without talking about speak up, whereby employees feel okay to talk about the not so good in the organization and still not feel victimized. How do we build a speak up culture?
All right, thank you. Speaking up is a very good proactive measure in terms of our culture when it comes to safety. How do we build it? You know, in every setting, in every organization that you find yourselves, you are dealing with human beings. And at times, you need to use what is known as emotional intelligence. For example, I have Joanne as a good friend. Joanne should be able to approach me with whatever issues that relate to safety. That one is on a personal level. But a situation whereby the person cannot approach you because you believe that, okay, Bright is part of management, so there is a hazard that relates to management. So once Joanne does the report, it means I'm going to heckle Joanne, or I'm going to fire Joanne, any kind of punitive measures. So building up a speak-up culture requires collaborative effort, integrated effort from all facets of our organization. People should be able to walk to you that, okay, these are the things that I'm experiencing. Okay, you have the reporting line, please do. At times, organizations, we need to also do things that will step up further. At times, we need to also reward the positives. Someone gladly report a hazard. That hazard in the long run can lead a fatality. You need to showcase that positive. You need to fly the person, maybe in your social platform, as Clement indicated. Of course, if you see your picture, Joan seeing a picture on a social platform that, okay, I reported that I was with a colleague without seatbelt, and they are flying you high because of that positives, then that positive in the long run can even transcend into your pocket, getting $1,000 for it. I'm sure you'll be so happy to do more. So at times it's not just even about just reporting, but you need to also put in measures that will encourage them to also speak up. I've been in an organization whereby the general manager can just get up at dawn, send you a WhatsApp message. Bright, looking at the helmet that you are using, do you think it's right for us? Wow. So what does that message mean? It means that the general manager do appreciate the type of helmet that you are using. So on that note, how do I also bounce on the positive side of that message? Wow. It means that the general manager want me to change the helmet. So on that note, he has able to speak up on the negatives. So my next budget, then I'll go in for something that is what? Better. So speaking up at all levels, we don't need to discriminate. People should be able to come to you. You should be able to walk to your colleagues. You know, we are not police officers. We are all human beings. We need to use nice words, talk to people nicely. You can appreciate Joan by saying, oh, Joan, today you look so beautiful. You look so awesome. Joan will be able to open up. But a situation whereby you create an environment, you are not approachable. How can they also speak up? Because they believe that you are not welcoming. So in that space, please, with all due respect, speaking up, it requires a bit of strategic, emotional intelligence for people to be able to come out without being punished. Because people are afraid. You know, I go and speak up about a negative thing. The next moment, I get a warning letter. You think I'll speak up? I need to protect my salary. So when I see it, I will not talk. After all, the goal is to get my salary at the end of the month. So why should I speak up?
Okay, thank you. I think that point is really, Clement wants to come in, Adam wants to come in. I'll pick Adam, then I'll get to Jennifer. So Adam, coming with a speak up bit.
All right. So with a speak up culture, if we actually want to practice that, then like what the previous speaker was saying, we have to listen. That's one, and then acting on what people are saying. There are times that you realize that people would be eager to report hazards. So they've seen the hazard, report it once, report it twice, report it 3 times. Nothing is done about it. The next comment is that, sorry, if I even report it, nothing is done about it. But if once they start speaking up about these things, we are putting in their actions in place, then it encourages people to actually want to do more. So that's just what I add to it.
Feedback. Jennifer, your thoughts on the speak up? Yes, in your scope as a hospital, how do you get people to speak up when the things are not so good?
Okay. It's very difficult in Ghana. It's a challenge to get people to speak up. Really and truly, I'm still trying to overcome that challenge. Then we went on electronic records, medical electronic records. So initially the Ghanaians will, so nicely, they will chat and do handover and take over and use our ISBA tool. And then we went on to electronic records. Now we had to get them to stop talking to each other but put it onto the system so that we can now have it on the electronic records. So now they're doing that, but they're not talking to each other. So we still have a challenge in that area in terms of communication. But at least we're moving forward. The electronic notes are getting captured, but the talking has stopped now for a bit. So I have to work on that one. But in terms of getting the staff to comply, it is very difficult. Like human nature, people are afraid of getting a warning or having a punitive action, or they feel that if they are found negligent or if they found doing the wrong thing, non-compliant, then they are going to be somewhat punished. And I'm still, as I said, it's still a gap, it's still a challenge, it's real, it is existing in the hospital. However, during the incident reporting system, we realized they were under-reporting. So in order for me to improve them from and encourage them to report, I started using a near-miss card. So anybody can write it, a porter to a doctor to a user, They can write it. There's no need to write your name or sign it or anything. Just tell me what you've identified or what process you found that was not right. And then they just leave it in a box and I collect it. So that's actually helping a little bit. But I'm still looking for ideas to get my staff to start talking.
Thank you very much on that. I think I'll share a bit on the former director, technical director, shared something with me. He says in Ghana, respect too much. Even if they do the wrong thing, they say please. Even if you are the one who you are driving, you're on the road, you are going somewhere, he drives careless. You see that because he's a white one, you say, oh, please, you can go. It's like, what? No one has the boldness to really tackle the issues that are affecting the safety culture that we have. I have about 5 minutes. I'll be signaled, but I would, before I take the final thoughts, if there is any question from the audience, I know no one wants to talk because everyone wants to go for their lunch. Okay, there is one. Beautiful. Let me pick that one. Then I'll come and pick the final thoughts.
Okay, so my question is on the culture, but as in relation to change management. The people are in their old ways, societal influence and all that. So simply, how do you influence that change management? Okay, that people will obey to the lines of the compliance agenda that you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. So my question is, when it comes to building a safety culture, I learned one key is communication. So I want to know the style of communication that can help us to achieve a good culture or build a good culture. Should it be adult to parent communication, adult, or what will help our culture to go the way we want it to go? Thank you.
Thank you.
As to the change management, I think that everything we do, we actually needed to have a data to support what we say. Now, in terms of the compliance issue that we spoke about with regards to a speak up, now we realize that it might be difficult, if not impossible, for us to speak up on certain things. In that case, I believe strongly that it is the responsibility of management to create ways for which we can communicate. For instance, in one of the places I worked, Diageo, we have a speak-up system, but we also realize that there are instances where it might be difficult. And so we have telephone numbers actually pasted on all doors. And those telephone numbers are actually local numbers. But should you call, it goes to London, it goes to UK. And then instantly, the person will pick and tell you not to mention your name, but they'll give you a code number that actually represents your name. And then you can tell them exactly as to what you think the problem is. Depending on the nature of the problem, they could even fly investigators from UK to Ghana and not necessarily having to use the local investigators here in Ghana. And so I think that if we understand the culture and we have data, then we could work around the change management to understand what is happening so we could change the system. That is my thinking.
That's very nice. James, Bedu, final thoughts.
All right, so the second question, regards to communication. Communication is two-way affair. If you don't communicate in a well-defined language, how will the person understand? So in the job setting where we find ourselves, our communication are supposed to be clear. If perhaps I can relate it to a more political tone, I can use the word democratic, whereby when you share your views, you also listen to people's views. So that at the end of the day, in safety, you have what is known as continuous improvement. So when your communication is not clear, people are not understanding you, how do you promote a good safety culture? You bring out initiatives. Your first thing is to use force compliance. Your first thing is, okay, I'm sending an internal memo. Oh, by this mail, you are informed that every week, every supervisor is supposed to report 5 hazards. That is a force compliance approach. But if you're able to communicate from the onset, people are able to understand. So that communication in that bit becomes training. So they appreciate why they are supposed to report hazards. With that, if you tell him to report 5, I bet you even exceed the 5 that you are expecting. So your communication is supposed to be two-way affair. The person must be able to understand you for you to achieve a good safety culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. I'll go to Jennifer, then Adam will pick the last bite.
So my closing statement for this conference is do no harm. I think we can all take so much from that. And if we can just be compliant to our SOPs, our best operating practices, those are our guidelines. Those are our protective mechanism. That is what can speak for us as management, as executive teams, as directors in our business. So I leave with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Adam.
Right. So I'll say that culture goes beyond just safety and security. It defines how organizations work, and it has a lot of benefits if we get the culture right. A lot of the times we want to push all the blame on the leadership and say leadership is not doing it. But I tell people that you are also a leader. So not visible felt leadership in terms of the manager or the MD or whoever, but you are also that leader. And then if you take safety personal and you live that life, people will see you and it will encourage other people to also do the same. So that's what
Thank you very much, Adam. And I think that I'll be wrapping up for tonight's session and for the day. And I think something that resonates with all of us is through it all, for us to build a good safety culture, a good security culture, we need continual improvement. And this panel has constituted Adam Gali, has constituted Jennifer Modley, James Bright Bedu, and Clement Micah. Your moderator, as always, Justice Apia. It's been great having you today. Thank you very much.
Justice Apia, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for them. And then finally, a round of applause for yourselves. I mean, you've done so well. We started with you in the morning. You've been through with us, and we are almost coming to a close. In the next 10 minutes, our day here will be done, and our last speaker will be talking to all of us. So please, let's give him all the attention because he's actually closing all of us by actually giving us strategies that would help us to go forward in the future, knowing that it is well and we can do it. All right, talking on the topic, bulletproof strategies for leading fearlessly in 2025 and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, Engineer Ishmael Kojoko, JIK Management Advisory Africa Limited.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening. The day has been very long, so I decided to make it very, very snappy and in very short bullet terms. So my points are all based on everything everyone has said. So mine is just like a call to action. Okay? So I'm not going to read any speech for you. So I just have some call to actions based on what Joan said, Frances, and everyone else, JS and his team. So first thing is changes that improve self and others seeking knowledge. To be a good safety professional, then you have to learn to change along the chain. You cannot remain the same to be that person that you want to be. So changes. In that process is seeking knowledge. Okay, that's my first call to action. Second is legal and regulatory systems knowledge. You are in an industry. Do you understand the legal and regulatory framework as a safety professional? You need that. That will also help you a lot. My number 3 is building industry knowledge and not theoretical only. As a safety professional, you need to build that industry knowledge. If you are in the mines, if you're in the construction field, if you're in the food safety chain, if you're in a power and energy, oil and gas, you are in a procurement company, get to understand that industry. Then you can be able to know all the elements associated with it. Then you become that professional you're looking forward to. Don't say unless you are a supply chain manager, then you know and understand supply chain. No. Safety is in the supply chain. Environment requirement is in the supply chain. Security is in the supply chain. So you need to build that knowledge. 4 is building a strong knowledge in understanding your organizational operations. The company you work for understand their operation from the beginning to the end. It's the only way you can be rounded up as that strong professional managing that company's occupational health and safety. If not, you'll be have a lot of surprises all the time. Then, when you go to manager to go and say, we want to do this, see, the manager is having an eye-bird view over everything. So when you come with that question that you are looking for the investment one spoke about, because he has that, he's going to defeat you with his argument because he's having the bird eye view. Do you also have the bird eye view of the company? All the processes, the operations, the activities. If you don't have it, so anytime you bring a budget, shut it down because you can't see. You are blinded by your department only. So that is also very, very important. So another point I pick up is building, refine the organization management system to fit its activities. Some of you, immediately you finish and then you write some exams, then you download some forms and procedures online, then you copy and paste. You say you have a management system. When you go, refine it to fit the purpose of the organization. It's the only way you can achieve it. Then everyone will accept it. The reason why people reject it is because it's not fitting what they are doing. Then you want to find clauses that will meet their requirement. And you will find that clause, you will not see a sub-clause. Then also to the people in the regulatory environment, we need to improve and harmonize safety regulations laws across ministry agencies and departments. I remember we were doing, I had opportunity to be part of the national accreditation technical team, and we have to deal with HEFRA. HEFRA has some powers to accredit some health institutions. So we want to take it and add it to the national accreditation authorities. Lord, they fight it. They didn't agree. So we left it for them. So if you don't harmonize it, it's just similarities between the FDA and then the GSA. Okay, they all have some crossing and they have to take some rules, regulations to separate that for them. Even till date, they still have that problem. Then also they have to improve on implementation and enforcement of laws and regulation. Look, if you move from here, our space in Canada, if you want to operate, you have to comply with all the safety rules before the project. You will not begin and think that we will do this, we will do that. It will not work. And someone will come to inspect everything before we even begin every work. It's not like here. So implementing and enforcing the rules and the laws is very important. Then leadership commitment to improve. You see, must be a governance structure. What Jez and his team and everyone said here today, and especially what John said about investment, if the government or the governance structure of the organization is not cued to understand the responsibility of health and safety in the structure of the organization, forget it. You are either just there to meet a compliance requirement, or you are just there to fulfill a contractual, we want to win a contract. That is why you are there. So everything else you say will not fly. But if it is part of the structure, not them putting you on an organogram, you report to this. When we say a structure, which means from the business conception, ideology space, looking at the operations and activities, it is very paramount that safety must be applied. In that context, you will always be seen very key to every decision. And then when they call meetings, please don't be missing the meeting and be giving excuses. If you want to be that professional, when they give you the opportunity, come and join a meeting. Go. Don't say you are not there. Oh, you represent me in that meeting. The decisions will go. That person cannot say any input. So you're going to do a listen and then you tell you what has to happen. Okay. Also, you need to let them understand the safety in business terms. Even the management system standard says that. Business language. The business terms. Engineer mentioned some few things during his conversations as well. The business term is what do they do? You always have to carry the safety requirements to every activity of the process. If you only see that the safety requirement is only to the operation on the field, then they will not see it very heavy. But from the office, the processes that is included must include that. Then we can have that. So that's another call to action. Then leadership taking key on employee mental health, that was mentioned. So there's an ironic situation in my office. I went to the US to do a course on neurological leadership. So which means if I see you for a period of time, I need to determine what is going on with you. So I'll try to call you. Hey, come to my office. What's going on? I can see that you are worried about something. And true, they are worried about something. Then I practiced this for like a year. All of a sudden, they'll just call me. Say, I'm not able to come to work today because of this. Say, I'm not able to come because of that. So I just decided, I said, okay, it's okay. I'm the one who started. I won't do it again. Let's do the job. So they abuse it. So instead of me paying attention to your mental health and I'm trying to help you on your status so that you can deliver efficiently, now you are using it as an excuse not to come to work early. You will say you come back. Oh, say I'll be late 2 hours. Say I'll be late 1 hour because I need to check up myself in the hospital. Oh, I say it's okay. So we can take action and recognize that, but we need to pay attention so that we don't do it too much, so it will affect the operations again. Then employing effective security risk profile of your companies and creating their measures. Then also improve security measures and reporting. Then you define, so you employ effective security measures, risk profile. So your risk profile for the company. You do risk assessment, but you don't do security assessment. That's the truth. We do risk assessment. So in recent times, I also say that we do occupational risk assessment, but there is a risk assessment in the quality aspect. And when you mentioned, they say risk-based thinking based on the standard. But I said, put it in the context of the process. So is the process risk? So everyone will now pay attention to it. And it works when you put it to that context. So have a framework for that. Then define what culture to be achieved in your organization and create a framework for that. You see, our panelists give us a very good thing, good information. But how do you tailor it to your organization is define your culture and create a framework that will work with it. If not, you will still be lost in how to create a safety culture, And you'll be thinking, you will read a lot on Google. As for Google, they'll give you tons of information. But it will not apply to your company. So you have to do that in that context. Then, last but not the least, implementing the minimum requirement of ESG, which leads to organization-wide understanding of same. The ESG is big, but it has a minimum requirement. Simple, the environmental requirements to the operation, waste management, this management. Then the social aspect, take the health and safety. Simple metrics is on human resource management, absenteeism, sick leave, all these things. Just take them small. Then the governance structure are various policies, procedures that are in the company. Begin and track these things as your minimum requirement, so people begin to understand what you want. Then it will help you, because it's HESS. We didn't hear much about the E, so I decided to add one for you. Then at the workplace, another call to action is relationships, not friendship. Relationship, not friendship, because friends get easily hurt. So to be safety professional, don't have friends, because they will say, na me, I don't know, oh, and you know what, oh, Charlie. Yeah. By relationship, you are a manager, I'm also a manager. We have that cordial relationship. That's all. So we can get a job done. Okay. Then, so the purpose of implementing the management system. There are issues with management system recently. Purpose. There are 3, I categorize them. Some are just for contract. Some are just for compliance with rules. And we have one that is for improvement of the organization's development and operation. So if you are a safety professional, environmental professional, and they are implementing management system, you need to be able to observe, to know whether what we are doing is just to meet a requirement to a contract or just for compliance, because Joan and his team will come and audit you, or JS and a team will come and audit you. So we need to be prepared, ready. Or the real one, the organization's development. So if you know this, then you know where to put your strength, so you don't get too much frustrated in the management system. And then also, you cannot set rules and policies and exempt yourself from the same. Okay? Only God does that. So, the success of a leader is impacting knowledge and building destinies. That is the success of a leader. This is a leadership conference, and I would like to leave you with this, that the success of a leader, okay, is to impact knowledge and build destinies. Somebody gave me an opportunity one day. He just called me. I was a manager. He just called me to his office, like the way JS is sitting down. He said, I was complaining. See me, I complain as a safety manager than anybody in this room. So one day JM called me. He said, come. I came to his office and he said, Ishmael, you know what? I know you want to say something again, right? Come and sit in this chair. So he stood up from his chair, gave me his chair, and he said, okay, I'm giving you this company. Tell me what you do with the business. Look, I forgot about all my safety complaints. So since that day, my way of thinking changed. That depending on where you sit is what you see. And if you really want to know what everybody is doing, then get to know what they are doing. And that has improved my way of leadership. Therefore, leadership is imparting knowledge and building destinies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you very much. We do appreciate the fact that leadership is about changing destinies. That is all there is to it. Thank you very much once again. Engineer Ishmael Kojoko, JIK Management Advisory Africa Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizers of the HESS Awards, Sustainability Awards, and also the HESS Leadership Conference, it's a huge thank you to each and every one of you for joining us for this year's edition. And we are grateful for your attendance and also being part of all the panelists and what they spoke about and all the subjects that is very important to you when it comes to leadership, when it comes to safety, security, and environment. My name is Nana Kwesi Kwetia. I did this with my very good friend, Ato Texin, who is not here. He has to quickly go somewhere to take care of business, just like I did earlier on. God bless you all. Before you take off Please, when you're, some of us will take off with motorbikes, some of us will take off with Okada. That's what they call it. Some of us with Trotro, some of us with Ubers, and some of us are Range, some of us are Tico. But before that, we've got refreshment for you right here. God bless you all. Have a wonderful evening.